All right, hello everybody. How you all doing? I hope you all doing well. My name is Paradise, and welcome to the Paradise League HoN Community Pro Tournament, day number 2. And we're gonna be watching here is the loser bracket semifinals, and after this match, we're gonna be watching the winner bracket finals. And I'm joined here by Dutch Ownage and Sate. Gentlemen, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. Happy to cast again. My voice is still holding up very, very strongly. And I'm happy to be here. So, Sate.
Yeah, me too. It's exciting to watch yet another tourney.
Watching our old teammates play.
Yeah.
Oh, this should be fun. Yeah, okay. So, this is going to be a pure flame cast, purely focused on flaming Vulca, right? I think this is our primary goal. I'm kidding. Let's talk about the bans for a second. The Fate ban is very interesting to me. So Fate got a very small, I would say, minor change with the illusion change. I'd say like a month ago or something. But prior to that, we've never actually seen Fate banned, right, in tournaments.
Not it's definitely not. It's never been first ban worthy.
No, but not even ban worthy because you could never lane it, right?
Usually it's not banned. It's hard to lane. It's not as strong as other position 4s, and it's a melee support, so it's kind of weird to lane.
Yeah, and like yesterday, I saw a couple of times where like there was this Magmus position 4 or something. With I think like it was Sangwa playing it or something, and he didn't have boots. And I think you often run into the same issue with a Fade where you're just running around.
Yeah, you don't have anything concrete to do. You're just trying to make rotations work, and I think Fade
is even slower.
It's even slower than Magmus. But here we have Monarch. I mean, that's always a great first pick.
I mean, Monarch is just such a staple hero for the last little while. I think even like back when we used to play, like 2 years ago or something, it was always first ban or first pick, I think, still.
Yeah.
And it's just, that's the ultimate, right?
It's been consistently great. The ultimate, and I think especially the Cocoon Chrysalis is an insane ability. So defensive supports in general have been very strong these last couple of years. It's really good into Gladiator, the first pick from Hellborn.
So the other defensive support, of course, that was very popular in the past little while, being Andromeda, of course, with the swap.
Yeah.
That are like the two big ways to save your hard carry, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, you would need one of those usually to make up for the carry's mistakes at some point. Like, no matter how good you are, you're gonna get caught. So having a defensive support is amazing. Hellborn, however, going with a very aggressive support here in Myrmidon. Did this hero receive any changes? I haven't been playing like lately, but
no. There are some changes planned, but they're currently the Myrmidon is still the same. So Myrmidon, I think when they did like when Shark used to draft, they changed it a little while ago. So they changed it at some point where they made like all of his abilities just a little bit stronger.
Okay.
And then they reverted that back instantly as well. But Myrmidon is just like, it's such a weird support because you always need like a setup stun for him. So something like a Magmus, something like a Rally. It's like Gladiator is probably not good enough.
I mean, Showdown is Showdown into Pitfall is gonna hit every time, and yeah, it's a trial hero. Like Gladiator is gonna be in the mid lane, so we don't really see the setup in for the laning yet for Hellborn. They answer here with Magnus and Torture, two classical heroes. We know Vulca is very fond of playing that Magnus and just setting FK behind the enemy mid player, stunning him. It's been really annoying in the past, and Torture is obviously a very strong hero as well.
Yeah, so Vulca didn't play yesterday, but I think Vulca is position 4 here, so he's likely going to be on the Magmus. Then we have Fall 2, Fall 1.
Fall played 1. This could be a Torture 1.
I don't think Aston plays Torture that much, does he?
It's not a hero I've seen him play at any point, as far as I can remember. So I suspect this is a Fall hero.
It could be like a support position 4 Torture.
Yeah, but then it's Magmus 3, and then at that point, wouldn't you just swap the heroes, like the positions. But it could be, yeah. I mean, Volker is obviously known for playing Torture as well, both
that's
in
what
a
I was
core
thinking.
role and as a 4. But if they have far on Torture, then they could just put Eston on any normal carry and then just have 4 play like 2.
Drunken Master. That is an interesting pickup. Drunken Master is like really annoying to catch hero. And the thing that always makes me feel like Drunken Master is strong is if you have max charges on your drink, you actually end up with like 45% evasion. And that's...
the drink ability is so frustrating to deal with. The evasion, the stun / debuff
the stun reduction is like 20%, but the miss chance is like 50% or something. And whenever I see it, a Drunken Master, I always think up like, pick a Gunblade. I like the hero, but like just a true strike that the Gunblade gets on his E is just so strong against that. And we see that's a lot of physical damage actually coming out from the Hellborn side here.
Yeah, both Hammer and Drunken Master being strong physical damage melee heroes. But Hammerstorm could be paired with that Myrmidon. It's a classic like setup stun for the wheat field.
So if they have that, then they're gonna pick another hero for the trial lane then, right?
Yeah, it should be... I think if you pick Myrmidon, ideally you want to do an aggressive trial lane, right? Like you don't pick a Myrmidon to sit in your short lane. So they need a third hero. The position 4 or 5 is Myrmidon, if Myrmidon is 4. And then Gladiator mid and Drunken Master solo short maybe.
So we see Andro and Chipper still being up, 2 very strong heroes. Not sure if they are that good for a trial lane here.
Richard Hag. I mean, this... I want to say Volker is playing core now.
Yeah, but like Hag is... So you know that you're going to be playing 1v1 against a Drunken Master, most likely, right? And 1v1 against a Gladiator, because both of those heroes...
Parallax.
Okay, never mind. I eat my words. Like, I was going to say, both of those words, they can't really dual lane that well.
No, I mean, Hag has to be in a solo lane for sure. And they
I mean, Gladiator and Drunken Master both have to be in a solo lane.
As well, yeah.
But I don't think you win with Hag against either Gladiator or Drunken.
No, I think
you can dodge the Haunt with
the Haunt with Stagger and Gladiator's just Gladiator. You're just gonna whip Hag down all game, and whenever you have rotations, you can kill him because Showdown is such a great ability to lock down the Hag here. But so they went really greedy from Legion here with triple core, Hag and Nomad here.
Yeah, so Nomad is of course like a staple hero of Eston. He really loves that hero. He's in TMM. He's quite known for playing that hero really well, and he does. But I've never really seen.
Magnus has a hatchet dodge, so it's position 4 Volker on Torture as you predicted, actually.
Yeah, I mean it does well on it, right? And position Torture can be played just fine on a position 4.
Yeah.
The hero also has like very high base movement speed, which actually helps a lot. In just like getting away early on, and like not being out of position.
It's more of an old school pick, but definitely a strong hero. Torture.
Torture is something that you used to pick up in trial lanes every now and then, right?
Yeah.
But the abilities just don't really do enough damage for like the amount of mana that they usually cost. That's what I always felt about Torture.
So Gladiator's position 4 here with no hatchet and a wind whistle. Shout out to you, Dodge. And
nice.
They're gonna be trialing short lane here. Kind of wish they would challenge this Nomad that's gonna be free farm in the bottom lane, but at the same time, if they secure Hammerstorm and they make sure to kill Magnus and Torture in the top lane, they could get a very strong early game out from that. Parallax versus Hag. Hag should absolutely destroy Parallax here. Parallax has a really bad attack animation. You can abuse him in CS.
Yeah, so attack damage as well, really low for the Parallax base. But I don't think Parallax wins against any hero.
No,
I think that's the problem with Parallax. It's like a doctor.
It's not very good, no.
Well, yeah, it's not in the lane. Like once you get level 6,
it's a good hero. It's just not very strong at laning, obviously. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Oh, actually, they go in the top lane. That's a Q from the Gladiator and a Wheatfield on top. Magnus is going to be just fine, but it's a lot of arrest damage, and it's just like a little bit of mana cost down from the Hellborn side here. And okay, so one of the changes that they actually made to the Hammerstorm is that if you look at the Hammer Throw, the Q, it's a bit longer cooldown level 1 now. But the mana cost is decreased significantly. It used to cost 140 mana
level 1
on every level.
Yeah.
So now being able to like throw 2 hammers without needing the Lunar Tear is kind of a big perk.
Yeah, that's a big deal. It looks like...
Oh, they're going again. And that's a Pitfall and a Whitfield. The Magnus is going to be able to Lava Surge out, but they're just harassing him. Like, they're fine with this, right? So the Magnus is going to be forced to pick up a health potion here soon enough. If you're fast enough, I think you can react to the... oh, they actually want to go top again. You can react to the Hammer Throw, right? With the Magnus.
Yeah, I don't think you can disjoint it with W because it still stuns around you.
Yeah, with the Q.
So, well, with the Q, yeah, if you time it perfectly, but that's actually really hard to... I think it might follow you, even if it's like you have to actually frame perfect, else it's gonna follow you the hammer.
So what if you stun into it?
I mean, you are immune while stunning, so you can dodge it in some way, for sure.
Okay, so good rune control actually coming out from the Hellborn side here. Oh, wow! Hag actually picking up the... Oh, he dies for the last tower hit. That was actually really close.
He had health potion. He probably should have popped that, but...
Yeah, no tear either. Or sorry, no apple. That is kind of interesting. Actually, top lane. Hammerstorm got stunned there. Magnus might be in some trouble. There's a pitfall coming on top. And the Myrmidon Wheatfield actually gets stuck on top. Magnus not having a lava surge for a couple seconds. They might actually turn it with the Monarch. There's no more mana on the Myrmidon. The Gladiator is going to be low.
Yeah, but can they catch him? He has apple here, yeah. He's gonna be fine.
Monarch just not being a fine. I know why he lived. Because he bought a wind whistle.
Okay, Dutch, sure. You're right. He actually did live because of the wind whistle. I'll give you
Yes! Yes! Finally! It happened! Oh, I'm so happy. Thank you. No, but like, that's an interesting rotation. Oh, wow. Yeah, he's just a hack, just putting the pressure. And that doesn't get Captain Kirk again. Interesting that I see neither of the mid laners here actually pick up a golden apple. What do you think about that?
They both had one, but they just used it because they've been fighting.
Oh, did they? No, at the start I don't think they did.
Oh, they did.
Captain Kirk didn't for sure.
Yeah,
look at his items.
He had an apple before Dutch. I guarantee you in the bottle slot.
Okay, because at the moment when like the hack died to the tower, he didn't have it anymore. Actually, top lane. That is Magnus stun into the chain reaction, but the Magnus gets 2-man stun together with the torture. The boat that... Okay, you take it over for a second.
Okay, here Monarch is gonna die as well. So it's gonna be 3 for 1. It's a little bit sour for the Hellborn side here, losing the Hammerstorm, but worthwhile here. He's sitting at 280 GPM, 19 and 3 CS, so he's gonna TP up here and continue to farm mid lane. Hack is now 500 GPM, 2-1, and he has a 2-level lead. So Myrmidon here probably gonna try for a kill. Hopefully he can force the Hag out a bit, because Hag right now can... Oh, he can kill him. Oh, he missed the E. That's close. Meanwhile, Eston kills the Drunken Master here in the bottom lane. Nice kill from him. He picks that up all by himself. Beans is now bottom lane again. Hammerstorm taking pressure in the top lane.
The Hammerstorm actually ended up falling. Hammerstorm actually being only the same GPM as the Magnus here. Actually, that's a stun in from the Magnus. Chain reaction on top. And Impalement actually may be able to finish off the Hammerstorm here if they're not careful. The trees respawning may have actually saved the Hammerstorm there. That is a pitfall and a Q on top. Wheatfield hitting 2 targets there. That was a huge Wheatfield from the Myrmidon. Both Magnus is going to fall. Torture might end up falling here as well if he's... Yes, he's going to fall.
Yeah, nice response from Hellborn here with TPs.
Yeah, the trees respawning may have actually saved the Hammerstorm there. funny enough. That was lucky timing from him. And the wheat field there from the Myrmidon. Because wheat field is not an easy ability to hit. And he actually hit both the Magmas and the Torture there with the same ability.
Yeah, that's very impressive. It's, as you said, it's definitely not easy to land.
It's easier to miss than to hit, let's just say that.
Yeah.
Okay, so Myrmidon also choosing not to level his waveform, but instead choosing to max the Q and a W. I think he's...
That's fine.
I think it's... I like it, because they're not really going on you, right? So you're not really under that much pressure as the Myrmidon here.
And you're playing position 5, you don't mind dying that much. I mean, obviously it's not ideal, but if you die, it's not the end of the world.
The sad part about the wheat field that I always had is that it scales so poorly. Oh, and that's a big dive actually coming in from the Legion side there on the Drunken Master. Drunken Master ended up dying. Drunken Master is actually should be quite hard to kill for the Monarch plus
setting up a hack here, they're waiting for 6 on Parallax, then they're gonna try to kill him, I think.
Yeah, there's 20 seconds. Oh, and that is the jump. And that's the Parallax went in instantly, not actually waiting for the Myrmidon. And there was just enough damage to pick off the hack there. That was a really big kill. Good rune control coming out from the Hellborn side there. They've actually picked up most of the runes, I believe.
They picked up an haste and a invis at least, and I don't know about the first rune. So. But I mean, Legion was hitting the bottom rune and they got lucky. It spawned on top, but really nice rotation from Myrmidon here. Yeah,
but also maybe just like they don't really have that much vision, and actually they're looking to go on the top lane. That's a Magma stun defensively, and a 3-man chain reaction coming out from the Torture there. They're trying to maybe go for more. Gladiator does have level 2 Pitfall. Hag ported in. Hag blinks in on the Hammerstorm there. There's a Pitfall on
dangerous.
Hag gets stunned, and a 3-man Carp, I believe, and they actually get stunned as well. Magnus is really deep right now, but both sides, I don't think, are looking for this engagement. With nothing really happening in the end. I think they're fine with that, but the Hammerstorm is just under so much pressure. Because, like, that's a kind of the problem with the Gladiator support, and there's actually a Wheatfield in the top lane together with the Pitfall, and a Magma stun on top with Myrmidon, the Monarch there to save him from the damage. And they're looking for a turn right now. They're looking for the Myrmidon. They know the Myrmidon is low. They are going to not find the Myrmidon here. They are going to find the Myrmidon, and the Myrmidon is going to die. Actually, Drunken Master dying to the Hag. Hag just bursting down the...
But Parallax now.
Parallax jumping the Hag with that ultimate is doing so much damage, and the Hag is just going to actually melt there. Parallax is such a weird hero, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's so hard to gauge how much damage this hero is gonna do and if they can kill you or not.
You know instinctively, like, how much damage an Hag is going to do. Like, or a Magmus or Torture, because it's all quite static. I believe that Parallax's ultimate is based on the difference between, like, your max mana and his max mana or something? Or just mana pool?
Yeah, the E it gives you extra mana. And
wait, okay, actually top lane, that's a Magma stun into the chain reaction and the impalement. They're running him down right now. Hammerstorm under a lot of pressure again. Hammerstorm is going to need to buy some regen. It's a Pitfall on the Torture. And a double stun and a chain reaction, 2 targets on top, and they're just not really able to do anything. There's no dust coming or anything coming out here. Magnus wants more, but Magnus doesn't actually have any mana to save himself here, and he's going to fall, sadly. Yeah, but that's like a trade they'll gladly take, right? Because the Nomad is currently 500 GPM. He's just free farming in the bottom lane.
I mean, Legion's cruising right now. As you said, Nomad hasn't been touched a single time. He's just gonna continue to farm. And they keep shutting this hammer down. He's 250 GPM.
Yeah, he's just not farming at all. Like, he's in this lane, and the Torture and the Magmas are just kind of chilling there. And
yeah, and he needs more levels.
If they get Myrmidon and Gladiator there, maybe they can get a kill, but quite often the Hammerstorm is still taking so much damage that he has to buy, like, regen and that kind of stuff to just be able to survive there.
He needs some levels so he can rotate to the jungle with E. It's a bit tough for him right now.
I mean, even if he gets levels, like, you need, like, lifesteal at least as a Hammerstorm to rotate into the jungle. They did actually buff the Mighty Swing a little bit to do more AoE damage. And actually we see the Parallax here taking the stacks. And the Magma's ultimate in the top lane, he was actually not able to get the Q off. But okay, nothing lost, nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Hack has an invis. Is he gonna try to rotate towards the top?
They saw him use that.
Yeah, I
actually.
saw that on the ward. So
that was a bit greedy usage, I think. He's just maybe gonna scout out what's happening in the jungle. There are 4 people on the top lane right now. The Parallax picking up a chalice. That is interesting. Though, understandable, because the hero is just really man-dependent. Hack just kind of checking out the stacks and the situation.
Well, Monarch just gonna go back to the mid lane to not miss too much farm if I know fall.
Yeah, I mean, Monarch is kind of stacking his own jungle right now for the Nomad. Nomad is close to Cleaver, I can imagine. Yeah.
Should be.
Like 300 gold off. And the Drunken Master is not really getting anything. Drunken Master only being 100 GPM kind of surprises me. So I was gonna say, Drunken Master against a Monarch is quite a good situation for the Drunken. Because you can dodge the column.
Every time, yeah. You should be able to be hit by that ability.
But
and Monarch's been top a lot, so...
Oh wow, top lane actually, that was a miss from both the Wheatfield and the Q. And actually the Parallax going in the mid lane, jump in the Monarch here after they tried to jump the Hag. Monarch is going to fall. Did they get anything in return? No, I don't think they did.
They got the
tower though. The tower is big, of course. Actually, Nomad here in the mid lane. Nomad got stunned by the... And Nomad's gonna fall. That is a huge misplay actually from Aston there. He did not lose any money though. I think he bought his cleaver right before that, but that is...
interesting rotation. He just runs into 4 heroes and gets clapped without using a single ability, but...
Yeah, so I don't think he could have really reacted there properly, because that was like a showdown into the pitfall, and I really do actually like that the Gladiator chose to get 3 levels in the W here, in the showdown.
Because the right choice.
Yeah, that is like suddenly an 800 range ability instead of like a 600, and that is the difference between 800 and 600 is so big. Because most other abilities have like a max range of 600. If you are just like a little bit longer, you're the one that gets to initiate.
Yeah, I mean, Showdown is a really great ability for setting up, but can't you just, with Nomad, can you just not like ulti when you're supposed to be Showdown onto the pitfall and then not TP, or?
It's hard. Yeah,
does it trigger on that instance? I actually don't know.
No, you can, because it dodge like, so you get teleported, but the ultimate is a status effect on yourself. So even if you get like ported physically, that still stays the same.
Okay.
My mouse is griefing me.
Top lane.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. It's really, you need to hit that like frame perfect with the setup from the Gladiator, because it's so easy to max stun out if it's not perfect.
Yeah, and they don't like Magnus currently picked up Steam Boots, which I do like, because it just makes him a little bit tankier. Drunken Master actually picking up a smoke here, looking for something to happen. Drunken Master not really having the greatest of games. And Drunken Master against a Nomad is not that terrible of an matchup either, I would imagine.
I mean, Nomad does really good, but I think you should do fine as Drunken as well, yeah.
Oh, actually, they're going on a Hammerstorm here. That is a Magma stun into the Hag ultimate, into the Torture stun. Torture in the front line right now. Magnus might be in. No, he's gonna be just fine. There was Gladiator ultimate used, but that missed. Parallax managing to pick up a Region Rune here. Magnus might be in some trouble if he's not careful. We do have the Monarch though. To save him is necessary. Parallax is bursting down the Magnus without any gold. And there's a 2-man pitfall. 2-man Wheatfields. Monarch might be in some trouble here. Nomad ported to the top lane. He's gonna come in a few seconds.
Damage.
Gladiator does not have the mana for this. Drunken Master does not have the mana for this either. Torture is doing so much damage with his ultimate in the background. Captain Kirk is the only one alive right now, and that is just... I think it was like the Torture doing so much work there in that team fight, right?
I don't want to say it, but Volcat just destroyed them in the background with the Impalement and Torment doing so much damage. Like,
yeah, because the ultimate, the Torment from Torturer. And I really do like that he actually like maxed the W and don't go for the E, because the E is a really mana intensive ability. It got 5 seconds cooldown, which is great, but it does cost a lot of mana for the amount of damage that you do.
Especially if you're position 4, like you don't, as you can see, he doesn't have any mana items, like only the power supply, so he's not able to spam abilities.
But the ultimate, it does, you activate it and it does 70 damage per second for only 20 mana per second.
It's extremely mana efficient.
It's really efficient.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, I often don't level it after that for like a little while. Because like at level 2, it costs 40 mana per second for only 110 damage. It's just not as efficient anymore.
No. It does do more damage. I mean, it's fine to save the points at some points.
Oh, actually, top lane again. That's a Hammerstorm stun into the Pitfall, into the Parallax, bursting down. Parallax with the Icon now actually hurting a lot. Torture trying to stand his ground, but he's going to fall.
That's such a great rotation. He picks up the Icon, goes and gets charges on it right away.
And this is the moment where like the hero becomes dangerous, right? With that Icon. Because Parallax is a hero that scales of like his max mana. And Icon actually giving a lot of max mana, especially also with charges these days. Actually, Hack blinked, gets caught by the trunk in here, gets comboed by it. Gladiator not actually being able to follow up on that. Gladiator also suffers from mana issues in these team fights, I've noticed. Because ultimate 150, showdown 60, pitfall 100. That is his entire mana pool.
Yeah, it's a struggle right now for the Gladiator, as he chose to go for the Soul Trap instead of a mana item or something that allows him to rotate. Now he picks up the Striders. That's going to help him a lot moving around the map.
Okay, I'm curious. Sate. Just saw the Hammerstorm pick up a Whispering Helmere. Would you have liked Elder Parasite or Whispering Helmere?
I mean, at the same time, it's two perspectives. They're a bit behind, and I think they lack damage outside the Parallax. So the Elder Parasite would be really good. But at the same time, it's so hard to use an Elder Parasite in, and then the hack blinks on you and one-shots you with Bad Blast. So
yeah.
I can understand both item choices here.
Do note that Hack Ultimate does not go through Shrunken on base anymore. Oh, actually, in the top lane, they find two targets there. There's 2-man Magma stun into the 2-man Torture stun. Torture reckoning the Impalement and the Ultimate, and the Parallax is just going to melt there. They are maybe getting some turn kills here. Magma's going to fall. The Torture might be dead because he's being chased by Drunken Master, by the Hack Ultimate on top, and the Drunken Master is just going to melt. Hack standing his ground there with the Gnome's Wisdom. He is quite tanky. Torture got caught by the Pitfall and the W from the Gladiator. And the Hammerstorm is going to fall as well because the Gnome had rotated over. And like this Hack is just, he saw the Hammerstorm try to hit the Hack, but the Hack just didn't care. Hack with Gnome's Wisdom, which is like just an amazing item still. With 10 armor, he just, like he just don't care that much.
He's extremely tanky, and whenever he uses an ability, he heals quite a bit. I mean, Bad Blast is quite mana intensive with 325 mana here at level 2.
Yeah, and he has Lightbrand as well, actually, so even that life still comes true.
I mean, often if you get a really good Bad Blast, you can heal from like half to full HP, so...
But in general, like the only dangerous hero they have on the Hellburn side here is the Parallax, and the Parallax just got melted there by the Torture, and actually he's going in the top lane, going in on the Hack, but the Magma stuns instantly. Parallax might actually be able to still pick him off, and he dies, missing the Torture stun there. Parallax might actually go for the third kill, and he does, but the Monarch there to save the Magmas and the turn kill on the Parallax. And the Fish is also there trying to pick off the Magmas, but just not enough. He's going to fall. They jump the Torture here. Hammerstorm popping the ultimate. It is going to be enough for the Torture kill. Gladiator just there with the showdown, catching the Torture. That's of course something that you want to do. All in all, it's a 2 for 2. They picked up the Drunken Master somewhere as well.
It's a disaster. Every time Parallax dies is a disaster. It's like they're shining a light right now.
Yeah, you want him to snowball, right?
Yeah.
But this Torture is just doing so much damage to him. He's like in the front line all the time, right? And that was actually the Magmus was just sitting behind the Hack there. Interestingly enough, even though the Magmus was sitting behind the Hack still died. He tried to blink away, but the damage was just
I didn't think this Parallax could kill him, but he could.
Yeah,
I don't know how tanky he is, but
it does throw players off. It throws everyone off, and like I think you need to be like a confident Parallax player to know how much damage he actually does. I think it is also something that I often notice with artillery, for example, because artillery is the same kind of deal where you don't really know how much damage this Q is going to deal because it's always changing. Actually, we see 4 people here in the mid lane. They could have maybe jumped a Monarch there, but you can't really go for greedy plays anymore. Oh, Vulca and Magnus both smoking up. They're gonna find a Hammerstorm here, but there is a team nearby. Magnus ultimate is going to go off. Hammerstorm is going to fall. Magnus is, however, going to get caught first, and then the Torture might actually die here. So this is something that's...
I mean, it's 2 for 1, but every time Hammerstorm dies, it's just like, oh, that's
yeah, but
so
you are,
sad.
however, giving charges to the Paralyze.
You are, yeah.
And the Hammerstorm is not going to outcarry this Nomad in a million years.
Oh, and he has a hack behind him that just finished the Grimoire, and when he gets 16, he can basically one-shot Hammerstorm.
As he just did the Myrmidon. Yeah.
Yeah.
And, so...
Nomad
you don't really care about the... So the only way the Nomad is going to die is if this Parallax gets an Annihilation or something like that right now. And starts really stacking up those icon charges. And then gets something like a sheep stick and then just burst down Nomad, right?
Yeah, I mean,
so,
as we talked about, as far as how I read this Earthshatter ability, it's based on the difference between Parallax mana and the enemy heroes, it says on the tooltip. Yeah. But Nomad picked up the Twin Blades, actually gives him quite a lot of mana. So
Nomad has high base mana as well, I believe. Oh, sorry, high intelligence gain. And they're going in the top lane, actually. They missed the Torture stun. Torture is all the way in the front line, and he is... he just went invisible. He disappeared from the map. Parallax is just doing so much damage. It's actually ridiculous.
I think they should just deny this tower.
So how much? Okay, so he has 2.3k mana. His Q does 10%. Okay, actually, never mind. Going in. There's a 2-man Magnus down. And high ultimate on top. Parallax does not have the ultimate right now. Gladiator ultimate in. That's a Nomad ultimate on 3 people. That was really well played from Nomad. Hitting 3 people with his ultimate. Parallax is the only survivor. The ward actually... Wait, did they vision of him?
Oh, Gladiator's on the ward now. He's gonna die to hack as well.
Oh, yeah, and that is actually a cleanup. So that was a 3-man line stun from the Nomads. Hitting 3 people with his ultimate there.
The ultimate was insane.
Yeah, the Gladiator ultimate is a lot easier to hit than the Gladiator Pitfall, because you know when it's going to hit.
Yeah.
But yeah, this Hammerstorm is just... There's nothing he can do at this point, right? He's just so far behind that it doesn't really matter.
I mean, if I was Hellborn, I'd probably call this GG's and try to get a new fresh game, because they showed some good colors here and did a nice job in the laning phase. But at this point,
so things that did not work out notably. So I think the suicides / offline pick in here, the Drunken Master.
Yeah, he got too little out of the bottom lane for sure.
Actually, yeah, Hammerstorm is going to walk into 3 people here again, and just going to melt instantly to Magnus ultimate, and the Torture still doing so much damage. Torture having quite a large mana pool now. I would have liked the Torture to pick up a Chalice, because you actually heal with the ultimate now. And it's just nice sustain for yourself. Because the hero is really mana intensive. But yeah, I agree with you. Just going at this point, the chances of you actually winning this game are so slim that it's just not worth putting yourself through this. It's not like the last game.
Yeah, exactly. You have one more game to try and win.
And they're going in at top lane again. Parallax with the Earthshatter actually doing a lot of damage. They're hacked with haste. So he's not gonna get slowed at all. Parallax trying to stand his ground, but he's not healing enough. The dot from the Grimoire, the dot from the HoN, it's just doing so much damage overall, and they call the GG's. Very dominating game by the Legion side here. Hammerstorm being completely locked out of the game by basically in a 2 versus 3 lane.
Yeah, I mean, as we talked about, the suicide pick from Hellborn didn't get enough. He didn't get enough, and they
also the Myrmidon
top lane. I mean, they played 3 versus 2, and Magnus and Torture just kept coming up there, stunning the Hammerstorm. Sometimes trading 2 for 1 and stuff, but Hammer died, and every time Hammer dies, it's just a disaster, especially if you're dedicating 3 people to keeping him safe.
Yeah, and or like Hammerstorm just having to go back, buy potion, and then like they go again. The potion is a cooldown. You're just not farming.
Yeah, you lose a lot of HP or
okay, so
a lot of time to farm.
I think we will be back for the next game, which should be basically right after this one. So we will see you then. Okay, welcome back to game number 2 of Recent Gaming versus Top Green Tak, or however you pronounce that. I'm sure it's some kind of Thai reference or something like that I just butchered, but game 1 was a very deciding game for the Legion team, in this case for the Hellborn team here. And we're going into game 2. So I'm once again joined by Sate.
Thank you.
Sate, thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
Yeah, Fade, ban again. They really don't want to.
Fade, Engineer, Keeper. I believe all 3 heroes were banned in the last banning phase, and now they added Monarch. They dislike playing against that hero, which I could understand. I think Beans did a great job on
it. Yeah, a very frustrating hero, and I think Beans plays it quite well. I think their team in general is quite all in all the time.
Yeah.
And having the tools to like save someone with the Monarch is just so powerful. Okay, Forsaken Archer
and Rally, yeah.
Forsaken Archer is still a very powerful hero. It's one of the few heroes that like can farm without any kind of farming tools. And of course, Null Fireblade, perma silencing people basically.
Yeah, pseudo silence from 4 people, and
yeah, it's powerful.
It's pretty good. And 4 obviously played it to great effect yesterday, so makes sense. Oh wait, it's Beans that banned it. It's not the other team.
Keeper ban.
Nymphora, also classic Beans pick here.
True.
Really strong.
Did actually get a small nerf a little while ago, where the volatile pots. Yeah, the volatile pot is 10 less healing per second.
Oh, that's
it's still powerful though.
Yeah, but it's more than I thought actually. That makes a bit of a difference here. But
yeah, it's a difference from level 1. It's a difference between 130 and 160.
Yeah.
Base. And what does scream to me is like Nymphora was a hero we saw a lot when the tri-lanes were more of a thing. Tri-lanes are a little bit less of a thing these days, I think.
I have no idea about the meta, but I would say that Nymphora is a hero that shines both in 3v3 and in 1v3 or 1v2. Like it's really good versus a suicide, since you can just kind of ignore the suicide stack and you can farm stacks extremely well with the volatile port and Grace of the Nymph just supplying your carry here. They're looking at Oogie maybe, which I think would really suit the Nymphora pick.
And the Nymphora, of course, has that global presence. Yeah. And I think that is the thing you kind of have to draft around most of the time, right?
Yeah. Belphegor. Also a very strong hero.
A very Doze pick. Doze is very well known for playing a very good Belphegor, and Belphegor just being such a powerful hero. Then the staff also got a small nerf, but staff is just still such a powerful hero, especially against stuff like an Andromeda, like a Cthulhu, where it's just a huge AoE silence. And Belphegor just being in your face, just silencing everything in an 800 radius is so powerful.
Nymphora and Belphegor has great synergy. I don't know where the Behemoth comes in. I expect this to be the Volca hero.
Yeah,
and
so
they're looking at a tri-lane Nymphora, Behemoth something.
Behemoth
I would expect.
Yeah, you could send Behemoth in a solo lane. It's not that great though.
You can't really, because Belphegor has to be alone. So and then you can't put Behe in. You wouldn't put him on 3, I think.
You could put position 4 Behemoth suicides and then tri-lane short lane with a carry Nymphora and something else Belphegor middle. But if you then run into a situation where the Behemoth is forced to 1v1, you kind of run into problems, because the Behemoth is no chance of winning that.
But if the Behemoth is position 4, it's not the suicide hero, it's the laning hero. Position 3 is by definition the suicide hero, right? This has to be a 4. They have to try lane. Right. There's no way to lane the Behemoth. They could lane a bit of range carry, but it doesn't really make sense as a standalone pick here.
Behemoth is a hero we saw picked up every now and then in a Forsaken Archer tri-lane.
Yeah, great for that, but the Behemoth started out banning that.
The Behemoth stun into the Forsaken Archer stun the Forsaken Archer crippling volley is something that you often saw. But Behemoth is not really a strong hero right now, I would say. So I don't understand why they would have picked it up.
What carry are they looking here for? I think, baby, what are they thinking? Like Valkyrie, Corrupted Disciple. I think that sort of hero is what they're looking at.
Which side?
For Hellborn. To pair with the Nymphora, Behemoth, and then like a range carry with damage. Like it's a quite offensive tri lane, I'd say.
Let's see. So I'm not actually that sure, because you kind of need some kind of setup as well, because you don't want to be able to be your only kind of setup stun, right? Maybe something like a Gemini would be fine. I wouldn't mind a Gemini, because a Gemini is, in this case, would be like, you would stun in on the Gemini, and then you would always be in a bad position. But the Nymphora kind of counteracts that, where you stun in on Gemini, and you put the heal bomb on top, and then like the enemies can never man up against you.
I mean, that's true somewhat, and Gemini is obviously a fall pick here, but I'd say for sure this is going to be a range carry. You ideally don't want Behe with a melee carry, because as Behe you're going to stun like from far away, and then you're not going to do anything. Like at least if you play Magnus is going to stun in and you can hit people and like contribute to a man fight. But as Behe you're just going to hit like far away, and then the carry is going to be very exposed.
I was thinking about Shadowblade as well.
Shadowblade is an option for a range carry, obviously with the E. Tremble, that's Force Hero, and Corrupted Disciple. Okay.
Okay, so I guess Tremble's in the solo lane, Corrupted in tri lane. That's most likely. Where do you lane a Soul Stealer though? Mid lane? Dual mid?
I think that's going to be carry. I mean, Soul Stealer could do really well into Belphegor mid, but I'm not sure how it does against Tremble, honestly. Shouldn't do too bad, I think. Once you get some souls, you should be able to CS pretty effectively. But I think they're gonna put Soul Stealer with the Andro, hopefully, in the short lane, and then Elephant Glacius.
If they're running Elephant Glacius into a tri lane, they're going to die a lot. I can tell you that. Because Glacius is so slow.
Soul Stealer Andro tri lane, Soul Stealer Andro Glacius tri lane is not really an option. They could be dual midding. Don't think that's what they're gonna do. Glacius is great for that.
Yeah.
They kind of need a mid hero, regardless of where they lane the Soul Stealer. They need like an initiating position.
Soul Stealer is one of those heroes that is like, it's so strong, but it's really difficult to lane, and therefore you don't see it very often.
Yeah. I mean, Soul Stealer is insane. I think it's one of the stronger heroes in the entire game. If you can just get out the laning phase, it farms extremely well. It hits so hard at all stages. Gladiator, okay.
They really do like the Gladiator.
This is going to be a position 2 Gladiator. There's no way they can put it at 4 again with Andro and Glacius as the other heroes.
Yeah. So, do you send Cthulhu Friends or Gladiator in the solo lane?
Oh, you send the Elephant alone. Gladiator's just gonna die. Gladiator's gonna be mid. Gladiator can do good into Trample. You have deny with flag or with the whip. You can deny creeps. You can.
Yeah, and you don't care about the invis.
You don't care about the invis. You're gonna do really well in the mid lane, 1 versus 1.
It does have a mean maybe that if the Behemoth rotates over, Gladiator could be in some trouble if he's alone. And actually, Gladiator going solo bottom right now. We see Soul Stealer plus Glacius dual midding, and Andro Cthulhu Fence dual top. So this is not exactly what we expected.
I mean, I think this is good for Legion. You avoid the tri lane with Soul Stealer being in the mid lane, then they obviously can't tri lane against you. So that's a good choice, as they had no chance of fighting an Nymphora Behe Corrupted Disciple tri lane here. So
no, that is like this reminds me of the Imberboy drafts, right?
And they're gonna swap the.
It does a little bit, right?
And Gladiator. That's yeah. I mean, it's
he used to pick this kind of tri lanes all the time. He just picked to win tri lanes. And this is like.
I mean, I did play in a team with Beans. This reminds me more of Beans, and it's obviously Beans who drafted it. We played a lot of Corrupt Disciple and Nymphora, and then they have the Belphegor short lane. We obviously didn't draft the Tremble, but we didn't have 4 on the team. So
but like Corrupt Disciple used to be a lot stronger back when Dawnbringer was a better item, because Dawnbringer, when it used to give like a lot more slow, a lot more movement speeds, a lot more dot damage and that kind of stuff, was just so powerful on the Corrupted, because people would just never get away from you. And with that being like such a staple item for the hero, and it being less picked up, did kind of limit his play rate a little bit. And of course, you saw other like with there was, I think, about the time also that they buffed the Nullfire blades. And at that point, like other carry heroes came up, of course. We see
great read by Legion swapping the Elephant and the Gladiator. By the way, Elephant is gonna have a he can trample through the Behemoth.
He has an escape.
Wall. Yeah. So.
And we see that Tremble's actually under a lot of pressure here. We see Glacius leveling the W here. I would have not mind if he would have leveled the Q instead, maybe? Instead of W?
I would definitely go W. That's kind of what you do in Glacius, I think. At level 1, right? You just reach the hero.
It's about the same damage, funny enough.
Yeah, but it's a 1.5 seconds like stun.
Yeah, true. That's the thing. But you can still spam the Q whenever there's no one there, basically. And he's actually not getting the last hits on the Soul Stealer that much. The Glacius went to stack. I would have liked for the Glacius to at least make sure that Soul Stealer got like 10 souls first and then only got the stack. Because you're not going to be able to take the stacks anyway. Actually, and this is the power of the Tremble, right? Bramble was low HP, ports back to base, and after 10 seconds, he can port back in.
That's disgusting. But great job by 4 utilizing this hero here.
They should really pick up a Rev Ward in the mid lane here on the Legion side. Because that just helps so much against Glacius. Okay, so we see them 4 actually porting top lane right now. And we see the Behemoths together with the Corrupted Disciple just chilling in the bottom lane right now. And that's actually a great wall. Cthulhu Fan's going to be forced to stun out here, but he takes a lot of damage from that. And in this kind of situation, a Behemoth support can do just fine. But
you need a range carry.
Exactly. And you need to not be under pressure.
Yeah, you need to be a range carry and a strong laning range carry, because he's just sitting out and gonna be pulling and stacking and then stunning. So it's basically CD versus BE.
Oh, wait, actually mid lane. That might be that Tremble here. That's the rotation from the Andromeda. They did not have dust, but it was just enough to actually finish him off there. Glacius, of course, level 2, having a lot of damage. Gladiator in the top lane, porting home, actually. He's going to have to walk all the way from base. This is
really bad, but the port rotated top, so maybe he was forced to TP out to not die? I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, he was forced to TP out to not die, maybe. Because he does have boots, and they did not. But M4 was sitting in the trees there for approximately like 1.5 minutes or something already. And it is like suddenly a lane that is like no one's farming anymore. Belfagor, of course, still being behind. No, actually, Belfagor in gold per minute is currently ahead of the Gladiator. They did, of course, they really tried to force the farm on the Soul Stealer, but the Soul Stealer is even being harassed by the Tremble here. The Tremble Q level 1 and level 2, of course, doing a lot of physical damage. Yeah, I think like the Elver side is really happy with the game, the way the game is going right now. We see the Behemoths also pick up a Link item, an Orb Samos, which I like. Actually, top lane, we see Belfagor going in with the creeps there. A Pitfall on top to stop it. He's gunning in for the hit, but the creeps might actually block him off here. This is some good micro by the Belfagor. A heal bomb on top, and the creeps might not actually get the hit. No, the charge fell off from the slow. The minions apply a stacking debuff.
That was some great play by Dorset there, blocking him. But Gladiator kind of allowed that to happen for going in for a single auto attack for no reason.
Yeah, he really wanted that whip hit, eh? Okay, so Rook Control right now is in favor of the Hellborn side, actually. We saw Glacius with
Elephant
the bubble.
Actually doing amazing in the bottom lane, by the way. Dodged 300 GPM.
Oh, that is... Yeah, I guess I could see that.
I mean, he's turbo farming, actually. Like, he has, like, 4 less CS than the free farm CD, so...
Okay, that is a bit surprising. I feel like you should be just spamming your W on the Cthulhu fence, so he can't last it anymore.
I think maybe they kept pulling, so that that BE could farm.
Yeah, Behemoth actually picked up an Invis rune that they really wanted on the Legion side. Really good rune control from Legion side because there was an empty bottle there as well. Actually, top lane, the Gladiator is going to die by the Belfagor.
On the Soulstealer mid here.
Belfagor might actually get another kill if they don't. No, then if they're not careful. Actually, yeah, that is a good rotation. They see the Behemoth actually coming in. The Tremble managing to get in the auto attacks, but he is not fast enough. He doesn't have the boots. And that might be a turn kill. Oh, that is so unfortunate for them. Actually, the Red Ward's scouting out the Behemoth. They did actually note that the Behemoth picked up the Invis rune because they were contesting him in the bottom lane. And we see actually the Glacius rotating bottom right now.
That
might be dangerous for the Corrupted if Corrupted's not careful here. They have mana. Yeah. Yes, mana.
Yeah.
This might.
He can trample creeps.
Yeah, and the W on top, and that might. He does have the apple though.
Oh, he's gonna be fine.
Just not enough.
Yeah.
I do really like Glacius actually maxing the Q here. I think it's good because it's a lot more damage than if you max the W. If you were to max the W, at least in the first two levels.
I think you put two levels in Thunder Blast, but I don't think you scale it after that.
No. Yeah, that's right. So two in the first level like gives 60 extra damage.
Yeah.
Good rune control from the Legion side here. They managed to pick up both runes, but Tremble does not have a lot of farm. He does, however, have a lot of XP. And Tremble with XP is still so dangerous, right? Because that ultimate of his, it hits like a truck and it's such a long lockdown. And Soulstealer just has, like, no stats right now. So, like, no HP. So any rotation, he's still going to die most of the time. Yeah. But it is like a classic Medusa thing as well on Belfagor, right? He goes Energizer before boots. Before red boots. And it works so well.
So much damage.
Oh my god. And we see the Belfagor ultimate into the Invoro stun, into the Energizer plus creeps. And those creeps, they hit like a truck. It's 40 damage per second with a very long base cooldown attack. So the Energizer actually makes them like hit very fast and very hard. And this might actually be a tower just going to fall here. That's the power of the Belfagor. You give him like... You give him 1 second and your base is gone.
Yeah, he's gonna take probably 2 towers top, and it's gonna make such a big difference. Look at the goal lead all of a sudden. 2.5k goal lead for Hellborn.
But it's also not really being played efficiently by the Legion side, because if you just saw, right, there were actually 4 people in the Legion jungle right now. They are stacking, they are doing all sorts of stuff, but they're not really spreading out over the map.
Look at how fast this tower dies, Dodge. Is gonna viral this lead that the Belfagor is gonna be able to give them. And they don't really have creep clearing. Like, what is Gladiator gonna do? Pitfall the creeps with level 1 pitfall?
If he is like anything like close to the creeps, it is like Energizer and they're gonna die. Oh, actually, that is a Behemoth going to fall for Cthulhu. I think that's a trade they're happy to take. Oh, actually, in the top lane, there's a Soulstealer going in from the back line. There are 4 people right now from the Legion side there, and I think this might be a couple of kills for the Legion side. The tower is actually in damage as well. Belfagor is gonna get frozen here by the Glacius, who got out of position. It's a very greedy push by the Hellborn side, because they have 0 vision at all in any point there. And then they try to dive for the Gladiator, and it's kind of backfired. But look at the tower.
Yeah, the tower was almost dead. The gold lead is still bad. I mean, great rotation by Soulstealer. He's doing so much work here, really carrying the Legion at this point. He's gonna rotate into the jungle. He's going for staff.
He's gonna miss a hand.
On the creeps. I mean, I try to compliment someone and they do stuff like this to me. It's so typical.
It's a caster curse. It's a classic thing. No, it's like the Soulstealer, of course, is doing a lot, but they did put a lot of resources into him, right?
Yeah. I mean, they sent the Glacier set on him, and
but even like the Andro was like stacking stuff for him and that kind of stuff. And like at this point, I would really like for one of the like, I would like him to take the jungle, but only when the Tremble is not just chilling middle, something like that.
I mean, Andro's getting some XP middle. For
yeah, but like, would you not rather just have the Gladiator sit middle, and then like if the Tremble overextends you, like Gladiator W, Pitfall, Ultimate, and that's a dead Tremble?
I agree. No, they need to allocate farm to someone else, because it's looking like a kind of solo core.
And then you have like
Soul Stealer situation as the Gladiator was kind of suicide versus.
Oh wait,
heroes.
we see an N4 teleport in the bottom lane. They're actually going to teleport into the Glacius here. That is a very, very dead Glacius. They want to go for more. Behemoth being very patient with the stun. Stuns the Cthulhu Fan after his charge, and he's going to fall there. And I think this is going to be goodbye to tower number 2, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, the Gladiator denied the top tower, so it's tower number 3, but I think they're going to take both towers here.
And what I also really like, by the way, is that they made sure that they farmed their entire jungle before they did this. Because now we could see like the Soul Stealer actually rotating into their jungle if he wants to. Because he knows the N4 port is down, right?
Yeah.
So, actually in the mid lane, the Tremble gets caught by the Pitfall. There's no ultimate from the Gladiator, but that's not necessary because the Andromeda is there to finish him off. We see now the Hellborn side taking control of the Legion jungle, which is good call from them because they have been stacking for the Soul Stealer. There might actually be a fight here. We see the Cthulhu Fan porting in. We see the Andromeda coming from the side. Gladiator's here as well with the ultimate still up. Gladiator is going to not press anything yet. They're just going to back off. They're not that interested in fighting this, I guess, because the Tremble was dead.
Sacrifice the Nymph here.
I think the Legion side definitely want to get more there, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think Hellbone is pretty happy with only the Nymph dying. And the tower gold is really playing out. Like Tremble's 0-3-0, and he has decent CS with 54, but he's 300 GPM anyway, just due to the massive amount of towers that Hellborn has, and you can see that the experience is completely equal, but they have a 4k gold lead. So mid tower is going to be so important for them if they can get it here with the Soul Stealer.
I don't think they can actually fight it, the Hellborn side that is. Belphegor just kind of chilling in the top lane, but if Belphegor can't really push the top lane anymore. If he pushes any further, he is just in too much danger of getting caught by the Gladiator. Yeah. And Gladiator can he can stall for so long, right, before initiation.
Yeah, I think Belphegor kind of needs to just be sitting this bottom lane, putting some pressure on this tower. As you said, he doesn't really have any purpose here in the top lane without outside of farming, and maybe put Tremble in the top lane with a mount so he can TP and help other places on the map. As Gladiator's going to be pushing out the lane with whip.
Oh, top lane. Andrew actually swapping in to steal the haste rune there. He saw that with his W, actually clutch play by him. Making sure that Belphegor does not get a haste rune is actually quite important. Soul Stealer currently not having a staff yet does kind of hamper his.
It should be done right now.
Okay, actually he has it right now. That is actually a pretty big fight, and Soul Stealer gets caught here by the Tremble. That is 3-second route, but I don't think they're going to be able to or want to fight this here. Tremble gets showed down. It's a 4v4 situation here. Glacius ultimate in the background, hitting the Tremble
so
only.
With, the swarm up.
The swarm making that he takes less damage from outside of this radius. Tremble in the front ground. Cthulhu Fan actually missing his Q. The heal from the 4 basically topping off the Tremble to full here. Yeah, and they just have a lot of healing, right? Because they have an Astro plus an Energizer on the Belphegor.
And a Gnomes and an Amphora. And
sorry, yeah, what do you think about the Astro on the Corrupted actually?
I like it for the game plan. I mean, they're just trying to group up, take every single tower, and make sure this Soul Stealer doesn't get like those critical 2-3 items. Like if he had a strong kill in the blink or something, then they could take fights. But right now, he can still be locked down and he can still be killed regardless of the staff. So grouping up right now is really great for Hellbone, and having those extra items just makes it so it's so hard to lose a fight for them. They're so tanky, they have so much extra life and magic armor and armor with the gnomes. And the
actually they're really greedy farming here on the Hellborn side. They're trying to take a couple of these stacks, they use their abilities, but they don't really have to catch without the Gladiator, right? Gladiator trying to go around, but he's smoked, but the rest of his team isn't, so he's not actually be able to catch here. And of course, Cthulhu Fan's stun is really... It says it's 800 range, but because the stun and it like projectile is so slow, it's significantly less than that.
I mean, it's impossible to get hit when it's full range. You just step to the side or just run.
But compare that to something like a Magmus. Oh, actually, Gladiator might catch the Behemoth here. He runs past him, but yeah, that's a bit.
TPs from Hellbone. They're TPing with the Fora.
I don't think they should be interested in fighting this.
They canceled it.
Yeah, it was just too much. He died too fast.
Yeah,
But I was going to say,
it doesn't really matter.
I think like even yes, like the Astro is kind of okay, because it helps your game plan. But I would just get Vestments and Russia Shrunken specifically because you're playing as the Gladiator.
Yeah, I mean you could do that, but right now they're just trying to tank through everything. I really like that the Legion here is gonna take some towers, try to equalize this goal lead, buy some time for the Soldiers to get those crucial items.
Because I would rather get like the Astro on the Tremble, for example, than on the Corrupted Disciple.
I mean, they could have, but I think this game he was under a lot of pressure and didn't know early he was gonna be able to buy a really early Astro. So maybe that's why he didn't prioritize it. He went for an Energizer, which I also think is good.
I like the Energizer. Also on the Corrupted Disciple, by the way, I would have liked the Energizer. Actually, catching the Glacius here. Glacius being completely abandoned by his team, all by himself, going to fall there. Another kill for Tremble, actually boosting him up a little bit. But like, so the Gladiator is oh yeah, of course, the lag excuse. Doesn't work in TMM. Doesn't work here.
I got a blink now, Dutch. I mean,
okay, that is dangerous.
To see if he can actually get an ultimate off. I mean, he does have the staff, so it makes it super quick. But he kind of needs the BKB to make this this ultimate really scary.
Yeah, so the staff effect indeed giving the Soul Stealer 50 cast speed, so his ultimate is basically instant. Okay, yeah. Like half seconds cast time. So there might be a really big fight. Soul Stealer actually smoking up as well, but the enemy team is just not really stacking up. And they do have the gnomes for some AoE magic armor. But what I was gonna say is, with the Corrupted Disciple, if you get caught by the Gladiator, it doesn't really matter, in my opinion, if you have an Astro or not. You're usually still just going to fall. While if you have the Shrunken, if you get like caught by the Gladiator, and this is one of the few, especially since the Cthulhu Fund actually went for a barrier, sorry, not a barrier, Shaman's Headdress, which I'm not a big fan of, because I feel like they need the catch, yeah, the PK. The blink.
I mean, I might agree with that. I'm not the biggest fan of just going naked Shrunken on Corrupted Disciple, so that's probably just
the main reason is there's no fast initiation on the Legion side.
Yeah, not yet.
No. But even like with the Cthulhu Fans, say you Cthulhu Fan stun in. Cthulhu Fan stun is not super long. Oh, he actually maxed his E as well. That's interesting. Over the Q. Oh, I'm not a big fan of that.
I think that's, yeah.
Oh, actually, okay, top lane. Gladiator gets caught here by the Tremble. That's a Cthulhu Fan in the front line here. Corrupted Disciple going to force to attack the Cthulhu Fan soon here, but Cthulhu Fan's just going to melt because Corrupted Disciple just drained so as DD actually, and I think he drained some damage as well. And yes,
Tremble just has Swarm up on like Strength Steam boots with a Vestment, and then he gets a Astro heal and a Volatile Pod. He's just impossible to kill.
Yeah, because the Tremble was already like a really hard hero to kill because of his Q.
Yeah.
And I mean, that like just made it worse.
3000 effective HP in that fight. It's actually disgusting how tanky that hero is.
Yep. But
he went for the Nullfire Blade. What do you think about that, Dutch? On the
oh, I like it a lot. Against like a lot of their heroes, it just works really well. But I would also have liked for Tremble to just maybe go for Shrunken.
I mean, it's on the CD, man. I don't know what Tremble is gonna buy yet.
Oh, Corrupted Disciple bought the Null. Oh, sorry. I thought it was the Tremble that bought the Nullfire Blade. Oh, I don't like the Nullfire Blade on the Corrupted Disciple. I don't think you need it.
It's not a typical corrupted item, at least, but
so I would understand it if they had like something like a Monarch here. But what are you purchasing? Cthulhu Fans, Bard maybe later? Maybe they're afraid of like a Nullstone?
I just think he went it for like the standalone insane stats there is on the Nullfire Blade as well as the Mana Drain. I don't think there's like a specific counter which I don't think there is this game. I mean, there could be a bomb in the future on Elephant, but that's like far away. He should at least get a blink before.
Yeah, so if I'm looking at this game, I see a single core on the Legion side, right? So my plan as the Corrupted Disciple, in this case, especially because you're not a single core, you're tri-core, with Belphegor actually having a really good game, better than he definitely deserved to have for the way that the lanes were set up. And the Tremble, of course, also transitioning into a core more and more as the game goes on. Tremble probably going for a Mock, if I had to guess. I would get Dawnbringer and a Shrunken. And what you do is you just run to the Soul Stealer, you W him, and then you just like bully him, drain his damage, make sure that he doesn't do any damage. And that's all you have to do, because like after you finish the drain lasts for 13 seconds after it lasts, or after it ends. The Soul Stealer is not gonna have any damage left. And at that point, what does the Legion side have? They have like a Gladiator that does like, sure, delays some damage. Glacius, which does some damage, Cthulhu Fountain, which does barely any damage, and the Andro, which is defensive. That would be my plan.
I mean, the game for HoN is looking very good. They're gonna have Blink on Bihi after this Conquer kill, which I think they made sure to give Volker to get the Blink, and they finished the staff on Belphegor. They bought some big item on Tremble. I didn't see what it was. It's gonna be delivered here. I think this
Shaman's
is probably...
Headdress on Amphora.
They went for Shrunken on Tremble. I think they should... he's gonna get Barrier. He even has the Trinket of Restoration.
Yeah, I know. I don't like that he didn't go for Sackstone.
I think Hellborn should try to force the issue now. They're so much stronger than Legion right now in teamfight.
What do you think about that? No Sackstone on the Fora.
I think Sackstone and Fora is a little bit overrated, to be honest.
How much healing does it actually give? Wait, actually gonna run into Glacius here.
15%.
Belphegor popping the Energizer, and it seems like the Legion side is not interested in fighting this. Glacius does not actually have mana to port yet.
He does.
He might in a second, but there's the Behemoth, and he's gonna manage to press the stun. But the rest of the team is already out. It may be that he was lagging again. Find out in a few seconds again.
I think Socia finishes BKB. It's gonna be very important to be able to get that ultimate off.
Yeah, but like, so I think like the way that you play Corrupted Disciple, it depends on whether or not you're a solo core and whether or not like, actually, no, never mind. So whether or not you're solo core and what you're facing against, right? And especially because Soulsteel is not a hero that can actually get away from you once you press your W on him with a Dawnbringer. That's why I would like just Dawnbringer Shrunken and tank up. Because it's not your job in the team fights to necessarily kill everyone. It's more like to just make sure that Soulstealer doesn't do anything anymore. Because if you manage to do that, you're extremely happy with that. Because they invested, look at the GPM charts. Soulstealer has twice GPM of everyone in their team.
Yeah, I mean, they're, as you said, effectively playing solo core.
Yeah.
So I think Hellborn should look to group up here with the barrier. When the barrier finishes on Nymph4, at the very least, they have every critical item they might want. And Legion doesn't really have a good counter push outside of the Soulsteel. And Soulsteel has to walk all the way up to do hands.
But you need a Shrunken though to be able to do what you want on the Soulsteel. Oh, sorry, on Corrupted Disciple.
I know. I mean,
that's why I think I don't really like the Nullifier Blades. Is mainly because I would rather just have a Shrunken. Because otherwise he's just gonna ultimate in your face. Or like the Gladiator ultimate is gonna hit you.
I know,
or
we
should
talk about something else.
Sorry, yes.
Shrunken trade for 8 minutes straight here.
I tend to do that apparently.
It's all good.
Anyway, what other items would you go on the defensive, on the supports or the other cast of the Legion side here?
I mean, they went for the barrier on Elephant, which I think is fine, especially versus Bihi and the Hell on Newerth from the Belphegor. He does need the blink, as we talked about. I think going for tablet on Gladiators is a big mistake because he's gonna be only position 3, 4 sort of. He just tanked up. He's not gonna do anything in like 10 minutes.
Yeah, so I was thinking, if I were the Soulstealer, I would be kind of nervous to be a solo core against the heroes.
I agree. It's definitely a difficult
I would
game
like,
for Soulstealer.
Yeah, I would like my Gladiator to kind of transition into a core as well, maybe.
Yeah,
you know? That's what I was thinking. And
Demonic. I think Demonic on Gladiator would be good here.
at the money could be good, for sure.
That would kind of transition him into a core a lot more. Oh, actually, in the top lane, they're kind of catching this poor Glacius, man.
I mean, they should have denied the tower. Instead, they went for the Glacius kill. So I think Legion is happy with that.
Yeah, but this poor Glacius is always just not fast enough to run away.
Getting left behind as the single.
Oh, that's an M4 port. Where are they porting to? Actually, I can't. Oh, bottom lane.
Yeah.
Just push, I guess. Tremble did pick up his shrunken heads. The tablets.
Just not over the ledge, but Tremble didn't realize that, so he let him go. Being merciful. Kindness.
Oh, top lane actually. Corrupted Disciple against Soulstealer. Corrupted Disciple going extremely low. I'm assuming that was an ultimate actually from the Soulstealer. Soulstealer not being level 16 yet probably saved the Corrupted Disciple there. Corrupted Disciple also not having any vestments at all. You can see like how much damage that ultimate actually does, and especially with the staff, it's instant. You just peek out someone and ultimate, and that guy, if you hit like right on top, if he's not playing Ascension for like 1 second, he's just going to disappear from the map.
100%. I mean,
this, however, does mean
he's gonna get for it.
Yeah, this, however, does mean that Soulstealer does not have ultimate for 60 seconds.
But at the same time, CD is in the base, so they can't really go high ground. I was thinking they should force something as well, but they're gonna try to force the fight in the mid lane, but Legion's hopefully gonna...
Glacius, that is a good wall.
Again. Vulca killed the wall for no reason.
I guess because he was also blocking the rest of his team.
Come on, Dodge, let me... Don't hit me with your logic when we're trash-talking Vulca here.
Oh, sorry. Dumb French idiots.
Yeah.
How dare you.
Exactly my point. Glacius get caught yet another time.
French people can't play HoN. It's clear, here.
It's obviously, that's a known side effect of being French.
Yeah, but to be fair, like we played with Vulca, both me and Sate, for a very long time, so
too long.
We're allowed to say this, I think. Oh, that is actually a good tablet there. I think that saved him from the block there.
Yeah,
5 people being here now. Corrupted Disciple in the background, actually getting the W off on the Corrupted Disciple, on the Soulstealer. Soulstealer being very low actually. Trying to get his ultimate up, but the Tremble had a shrunken up, so he didn't care. He got swapped out, and the Belfort ultimate just wrecked the entire team.
Oh, he blinked but didn't have mana to ulti. Oh.
Behemoth ultimated air in the background to scare everyone.
Yeah.
Very well played by Behemoth. It was a psychological ultimate there to scare the enemies away. I see 2 buybacks, I believe. Yes, buyback on a Cthulhu and buyback on a Soulstealer, but Soulstealer doesn't have souls right now. He does, however, have an ultimate. And a PK, and he's going to PK in an ultimate and hit 3 people with an ultimate. It's actually a huge ultimate. It's not even fully charged yet. Tremble running for his life right now. He doesn't have the shrunken up, so I don't know if he can man up, but that's the Belfort ultimate being come up again.
Oh no, he maybe got hit by the elephant ulti. He's gonna die? No?
Might die here. There's a souls in the hands. Belfort ultimate actually just came up, but he did not have any charges on the Belfort ultimate, so it didn't do too much, and that's actually a cleanup for the Legion side here. Very messy fight with 2 buybacks and multiple turns all over the place.
Great job on the buybacking here. I mean, they didn't play the initial fight that well, but they fought back, regrouped, and got the Soulstealer ultimate off and played a good fight. They saved their racks here, so definitely worth the 2 buybacks here, I think, from Legion, even though it's one of the big buybacks from their Soulstealer.
If you see those buybacks, would you not just go back?
I think you should.
As the help on side?
I mean, you probably should just let them waste their buyback and regroup. You know you can take win a good fight, but at the same time, I understand you want to try to kill their access.
Because like you know, I would just, whenever your shrunken is down, you just like suddenly the Soulstealer just becomes so much more dangerous. But we did actually see that the start of that fight actually started with Corrupted getting a jump to some extent on the Soulstealer there and just draining his mana. Oh, sorry, draining his damage. And
the mana actually, as Soulstealer blinked in and couldn't ulti later in the fight and died.
No fire pickup paying off.
Obviously.
Like whenever I trash talk items, suddenly like the items just start working. I don't know if you watched the game yesterday. I was like saying that like Wingbow only had 20% evasion on ranged heroes, and the very next team fight,
got
like
saved by the wing bow.
The wing bow had like 100% evasion. It was actually insane.
I mean, they're gonna trade Kongs here. Do you think Hellbourne is gonna run bottom with 5 people and try to go for the Axe again?
They have Shrunken on the Corrupt Disciple right now, so I would like them to.
They should buy something on Tremble if they push base though. He has 4.5k.
What do you think he's gonna go?
I mean, he saw something just now to clear a spot in his inventory. Hellflower.
Hellflower. They don't have a Sun Scepter, right?
No, and it's very on par for 4. That's a very typical 4 item on the Trample.
Yeah, the other item I could have seen here was the Oblivion Hammer.
Yeah, I actually haven't gotten to play with that item yet, so I have no idea how effective it is, but it seems quite strong. If you remember to use it, that is.
Yeah, and it's just like the bash. Also, it 1, it tanks you up. 2 is a guaranteed bash. And 3, like, as a Tremble, you generally have enough attack speed, I think, to maintain it. And it's just good against a solo core. That's what I'm thinking. It's just a solo core. Actually, okay, Tremble going in the mid lane. Tremble Hellflowering the Cthulhu Fence. A Belphegor ultimate in with the PK. Cthulhu Fence not being able to queue over the ledge. It's just not enough.
So sad.
And that is 2 pickups. Actually, we see Behemoth actually setting up on the Soul
Buyback and Glacius.
What do you think? Are they gonna port? They are gonna port.
I mean, yes.
No, he misses it again! Volca ultimating air twice in a row.
That's tough. They're gonna catch them in the mid lane here. He's gonna pop the Shrunken on CD, I hope. No, he's not gonna do it.
He is actually just right after. That is very greedy. He did he get the W off on the Soul Stealer? No, he didn't do. He didn't use W on the Soul Stealer.
I thought he was gonna die for sure, but I mean, he stood his ground and actually survived, and now they TP'd.
So I don't think that was properly comboed by Gladiator.
Now there's no ulti or blink or Shrunken on Soul Stealer.
Yeah, Soul Stealer did manage to pick up a Geobane, which is a good item against a Tremble grab for ultimate specifically, because I never understood this. Tremble ultimate rooting someone for 4.5 seconds is so long.
Yeah.
And I think it's physical as well, right?
No, it doesn't.
It goes through Shrunken.
It does?
Yes,
sure.
It does. It does.
I don't remember it that way, but you might be right, Dutch. I'm not that good at the game mechanics.
You can remove it. It's you can still remove the Shrunken, but I'm fairly certain it goes through Shrunken. It's so long.
I don't think it goes through Shrunken, but
maybe chat can fill me in there.
We'll have to figure that out.
You can also, if you get a staff on Tremble as well, you get 2 roots. He's literally just going to be like stuck in place for 9 seconds at the point. Actually gets a stun in from Behemoth and a Gladiator ultimate, not actually hitting anything. And they might just get to Rex here if they don't do anything else. Glacius in the front line again. Might get picked up. Shrunken popped on the Tremble. That's a big Belphegor ultimate. That is 2 deaths. 1 buyback on the Gladiator. Soul Stealer popped his Shrunken there actually. Soul Stealer is just going to fall.
Get the Geos away. Buys back again on Soul Stealer, but he's gonna have no souls. He does have the ultimate, as we discussed.
But the Rex is already dead. Yeah. There's nothing to defend anymore. And everyone on the Legion side is full HP still.
They can just go mid with Belphegor creep, so we'd like to see them do that.
He hits the ultimate on the Behemoth.
Yeah.
He finally hits it.
He's gonna tank the pool though. Vulcan finding a way to die against all odds here.
I am amazed. I underestimated him. I was like, he's not going to be able to die this time. But you know, he proves me wrong once again.
Great game here by both teams.
Yeah, so there was actually 2 pretty dominating games by the Hellbourne side, or by Green Team Tac something, and Top Green Tac, I think it is called. Yep. So yeah, well played by them. Very well executed draft and very well executed plays with the Tricore eventually being able to overpower the Soul Stealer here. And I think we will be back with... Is there not a game today? Okay, so we will be right back after this game with the next game. So we will see you in a little bit.
Welcome back from the break, everyone. We're here with the winner bracket finals of the HoN Community Tournament Pro number 1, where we have Kraken Wagon and Noah's Ark going to be going at it in a best of 3 series here. I'm going to be your main shoutcaster, What You Got, and I will be joined here by my co-casters, Satellidium. How you doing today, Sate?
I'm doing good, Beans. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for joining me. You're fresh off a cast. I believe you were casting with the one and only Dutch Odage, the loser brackets semi-final that just finished. So you've got some casting voice already taking place today, but now it's my turn to jump in here. And well, we got a pretty fun one here between these two teams. A lot of names that people should recognize. Do you foresee either team maybe taking this series here today?
I am gonna venture a guess and say I think Hellborn is gonna take this game, but I'm looking forward to seeing what Legion draft. They have Dude drafting. He's a very unconventional. It's gonna be really exciting to see what he puts out there.
That's a good point you make, actually, because yesterday, if you were tuning in, we actually got to see the Team Kraken Wagon here on the Legion side. They ran some jungle lineups, which are not too conventional, as you were kind of hinting at. And they also ran some kind of oddball picks like the Nitro support for starters. So it's safe to say I think anything could be possible in the works here. And, well, I'm going to be pretty excited to see what we do ultimately get to see. But, well, the banning phase is already done. You want to take us through the first 6 bans here?
Sure, we have Monkey King Engineer and Chibra bans by Hellborn, and Fade, Adrenaline, and Bensington bans by Legion. Is there anything that sticks out here to you, Beans?
I mean, to be honest, looking at top to bottom at these heroes, they're all pretty solid picks. I would say the standout ones for me are maybe Monkey King and Chipper. And we all know that Chipper, he's very powerful at stacking the jungle. If you want to run a hard carry, send him into the jungle and clean up stacks early in the game. But the Monkey King ban specifically, that one is usually a targeted ban. So maybe I know Ozef 8 on the Legion side has a big history of playing Monkey King. Maybe even Nede on Sinker Gamer 7. Do you think is there a reason otherwise that you would ban the Monkey King? Do you feel like, or?
I know Nede played it yesterday. Probably are to great effect, and as you said, Asaf is known for it. So I think it's probably just a respect ban due to the players on the Legion side. I don't really see Monkey King being first ban material usually.
Okay.
As they go, Bubbles and Hellbringer, 2 interesting picks here from Legion already.
Yeah. So normally when we say Hellbringer, I think it's safe to say that we typically see that either ran in the mid lane as like a core, very farm heavy type of hero. But do you think it's possible we could see him as like a support? Because I'm trying to think like if the hero has like good potential being ran in like the position 5 or 4 slot.
I mean, it's been run in like the 4 or 5 slot before, and I think it's okay, but I don't think that's like where it excels. At the same time, you already picked up Bubbles, who needs a solo lane as well, so you have 2 potential solo laners here. I would guess this Hellbringer is probably being played by Dude or something in a 5 position 5-ish role. He likes to play those like unconventional heroes on the 5.
Right.
So we see a Fox picks here by Hellborn.
Yeah, so Flux means we're probably going to see something paired with it, as we typically do. I mean, you don't usually run a Flux unless you want to pair it with something fancy. But they have the Nymphora picked up already, so kind of like a pretty normal opener, I would say. They got the, global presence and then the heals. And then they pair with a Geomancer, who I believe will be the secondary support.
Yeah, I think you're right. This is probably position 5, then 4 on Geo and 2 on Flux. I don't think they're gonna run in the 3 position. I mean, Flux is good here so far, as I think it does well both into the Bubbles and if the Hellbringers in the solo lane. But maybe they'll look to pick it with some extra team fight, as you said. It's usually like that wombo combo type hero.
Is there
Crystal
any
Field is
hero
okay.
like you want to see them pick it up with, like from a casting standpoint?
I mean, I don't know if Hellborn play this hero, but the Belphegor Flux is always amazing. You can almost one-shot an entire team. Engineer's already banned, unfortunately, but yeah, I would just like to see any big AoE ultimates. It's always nice to see big plays and multiple people getting hit by ultimates.
I guess the Tempest is maybe out of the question with the Hellbringer already picked up. That's usually a pretty strong counter to the Tempest.
Yeah.
Trying to think of some more. Maybe Wretched Hag could fit the bill with a nice large Bat Blast. I'm sure there's some more we could come up with.
Yeah, I mean, there's the Magnus, or as you said, the Hag is pretty ideal from Hellborn. But interesting to see what Legion picks here. The second banning phase here came with Electrician, Kinesis, and Silhouette by Legion, and Torture, Emerald Warden, and Keeper by Hellborn. They banned Emerald Warden beans.
I was just gonna say that I can't believe I'm seeing an Emerald Warden ban, but I'm trying to think of the reason for that. Is there some combo with the Warden that we're not thinking of, or?
It has to be another respect band for me. I don't
gotta be a respect band, right?
Emerald Warden usually has some crazy combo with any of the heroes that Legion picked so far.
Keep the Forest band, I think, makes some sense. Good setup with the bubbles as well. They'd have a lot of lockdown for a hard carry.
Magnus.
Pearl and Magnus.
Okay, so I was actually thinking they might pick up a Magnus when they banned the Kinesis. So they actually do go ahead and pick that up. The Pearl is a support that we see occasionally, like not all the time, but every once in a while. I think she got some buffs within the last couple of months to regen on her Soothing Presence, as well as some damage on her Asphyxiate. I think she also got some bonuses to her Preservation, so she got like a lot of buffs, right?
Yeah, it should be quite strong. I mean, there was always a hero with an interesting toolkit, just didn't really have the numbers to justify it. We have Wretched Hag, as you suggested, Beans, and the Madman from Hellborn, I think.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that the Hag kind of made it through all this way, because to me, like when I saw the Flux, the first things I think of are like Tempest Hag, either big lockdown spell or a big burst to follow it up.
Yeah, I mean, me, Beans, I usually see the Hag picked or banned in every game, so I'm surprised it went to the last picks, but Legion not respecting it here or not scared of it. At least Kronos could be coming out, which I would like from the Legion side.
Yeah, I think Kronos could fit the bill here, for sure. And going up against a Madman, which was the last pick with the Wretched Hag, so they have a pretty strong tricore there on Hellborn with the Flux, Hag, and Madman. Those heroes all scale quite well. Looks like they'll be trying to go for more of a late game strategy, and then they have the Nymph for some TP ganks in the mid game. But the Kronos is going to be, it looks like, the hard carry here for Legion. So can the Kronos, with this supporting cast, take on this tricore? What do you think?
I mean, it's always hard to be solo core versus tricore, but Kronos is one of those big carries. When he hits like the 5 item slots, the 6 item slots, he can basically kill an entire team with the double ultis. So I mean, it's a good suggestion, or like a good attempt to deal with the tricore if you had to only pick one hero here. So I like the Kronos pick a lot.
Okay, so it looks like Squarey's playing the bubbles, so we're pretty sure this would be a core bubbles, and then Thinker Gamer 7's playing the Hellbringer, so I think this will be a core Hellbringer as well, with Magnus and Pearl as the supports.
Plays core on this team, I think. I'm not quite sure of their roles.
I believe like Squarey and Ozlef are the carry players, but Ozlef will play carry for this game, and then I will just say Nede, it's easier, I think plays a lot of mid or solo lane. So I think this makes sense. And then Coco, Jembo, and Begrit are the supports here. So how do you think they're gonna lane this as we're in a pause before we see them walking around?
Yes, that's the question, because I mean, Hellborn, you can venture a pretty good guess, but Legion side, they have, I mean, they're gonna try to secure free farm for Asaf in some way, I would hope, as he's the solo core versus 3 cores here on Hellborn. So usually would be in the safe lane with the Pearl to protect him, and maybe the Magnus to do some kind of weird tri lane. It depends how the Hellborn decides to lane. Bubbles would go top, and the Hellbringer in the middle lane, where he's protected. He kind of has to be in the mid, right? If he's a core, he can't really go to the side lane.
I think so. So I have a question for you. For Hellborn's lineup, who would you rather tri lane if you do run a tri lane? Would you rather tri lane the Flux or the Madman?
I like the Madman tri lane more.
Okay.
I'd say Flux is a hero that really shines with some levels early on. You get some more burst with the Q if that's the way you go, or you max the W. It depends how you play the hero. But the Madman does really well in tri-lanes. It's very, very hard to kill, and Stalk is very powerful. You have to Nymphora with the heal and the Geomancer to set up. So
do you think it's possible? I mean, it could be. I think it could also be a Flux tri-lane long and a Madman solo laning mid or short. They could even run the Hag short. I mean, this is what's so great about a Hellborn's lineup. I mean, Legion's lineup is good too. We'll talk about that in a sec. But I feel like these heroes can go to any lane. I'm still trying to decipher how they want to do this, because they could even maybe run like 2-1-2 with Madman, Nymphora short, and Flux and Geomancer bottom. But with that setup, they could run into the trouble of facing a Chronos Pearl Magnus tri lane. So that one's maybe the most vulnerable setup, depending on how Legion lanes. But I mean, as far as Legion's lineup goes, I think it's pretty safe to say Hellbringer's going mid, right? And then it's just a matter of how they want to lane the two side lanes. It could be like a Mag Bubbles dual off lane and a Pearl Chrono short, or they could even try lane with Magnus in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, there's a lot of ways to lane this. Especially to this Hellborn side, they could. I mean, as you said, they could do 2-1-2 as well. I don't think they would want to do that, but at the same time, the Legion tri lane of Magnus, Pearl, and Chronos is not like a very like offensive tri lane. Pearl doesn't have that much damage, right? I mean, maybe now a bit more with the Q buff.
A little bit more now, but yeah, it's still mostly seen as a defensive hero. I mean, I guess if they run in the tri lane with the Pearl, they get more regen from the Soothing Presence too. So maybe there's a benefit to tri laning with the Pearl.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually quite strong number-wise. 1.2 at level 1. Yeah, Soothing Presence should be pretty strong in a tri lane. Doing a duration
for each allied hero, so it would be 2.4 regen level 1 to everyone.
Wait, is that how it works?
It's 1.2 per allied hero, so it wouldn't count himself. I think, or maybe it does count himself. Actually, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's 3.6 or 2.4. But it's a lot of regen.
That's insane, man. That would be really strong, like numbers wise.
But either way, it's so much regen. Like, what does a refreshing ornament give? Is it 3?
It's 3, right?
So it's almost like having an ornament
at level 1
without having the item. Yeah, at level 1. It's crazy strong.
Yeah, that's actually really, really strong. I mean,
as long as they're able to take like prolonged fights and just chip in harass, like they get lots of value from the aura.
Yeah, let's see how they lane now, Beats. We get an on pause here. Hag is heading to the middle lane. Geo's looking at going top, maybe? Oh, he returns to the.
They are doing like TMM lanes 2-1-2 with Flux and Geo starting bottom. I thought that this could be the case, and then Legion is also doing that with Magnus Bubbles, like two kind of disruptive heroes that have escapes, so they can be both aggressive and feel sort of safe. And then I guess they'll just run the Pearl and the Chronos bottom, maybe. I mean, Chronos is mid right now, but I don't foresee him staying here.
He has to go bottom, even though Asaf is kind of trolling here, didn't buy any items yet, but he's gonna run bottom. How do you see this help or the bottom lane? Chronos Pearl versus Geomancer Flux playing out?
Well, I think safe to say the Geo Flux is more aggressive. with that being said, the Chronos and the Pearl, I think they're just gonna try to play defensive for the first few levels, and then maybe they can play off of a misstep, maybe like a Mystic Stun or something. I don't think they have like a lot of bursts early on Flux and Geo, but once they get maybe like a couple of levels, then I think they can maybe. I don't know. It's hard to say because like it's not really easy to burst down the Chronos with the Pearl having heal and a jump spell as well.
Yeah.
I don't know. To be honest, I'm not quite sure. I think the Chronos should get decent farm here, but I think the Flux will also farm.
I think they're gonna trade maybe a couple of kills here and there. As you said, it's a weird lane to evaluate, as you've probably never seen it before play out. They go instantly on the Pearl here. A lot of damage.
A lot of pressure already. He hasn't skilled anything yet. I think he wants his Asphyxiate, maybe level 1. Because I don't think getting the Soothing Presence at the start will do too much, but he'll probably get it level 2.
Yeah.
But Hellbringer versus Hag. I mean, I feel like this is a lane Hellbringer could do well in early. And then maybe when... I don't know. I should let you talk about this. You are very comfortable with the Hag, so...
I think both heroes could do fine. I mean... I think Hag maybe has a small advantage here. I would rather be playing the Hag in this matchup, but that's also just because I prefer that hero a bunch. But I think Hag has maybe a slight edge. But as you said, the Hellbringer can do really well early on, just spamming Demonic Wave and trading some hits.
And I would say both can easily rotate and take triple stacks early on too. Like Hellbringer has a lot of AoE.
Yeah.
With the Demon Strikes and the Demonic Wave. I'm always never sure like when you get the Evil Presence on Hellbringer, because I've been told that like having 1 point in the third spell on Hellbringer is quite good in these 1v1 lanes, but I'd be interested to see if he does decide to get it.
Not really a Hellbringer player myself, so I actually don't know how big of an impact it does have, but I know that the skill points are very valuable in Hellbringer. Like, if you get 2 charges on Demon Strike, that's a big deal at level 3, right? So you kind of don't want to be wasting points on anything else, but at the same time...
He uses the apple. It would have been a kill, I think, if he didn't have the apple.
Looks like it. He's going to cancel it. Pot 2. Great job by
He does inspect
here.
the flash here, so...
Both players getting bottles right now, so... Maybe Hag can get a kill if he gets the bottle. But they're gonna get the bottle at the same time. Oh, he should be aggressive now. He missed the W.
Good Demon Strike coming out. They might fight over the 2-minute rune, which they both know that the bottom one is the Merrick's. But what they don't know is nobody's taking the top one. And it's quite possible Hag could maybe get both runes here.
He can if he wants to, I think. But let's see if he chooses to.
So bottom lane Kronos is actually struggling quite hard. He's only 5-1 on creep score. Flux is 13-5. He's gonna have to use the Time Warp here to get away from this pressure.
Oh, please go top with the Hag and get the rune. It's illusions. It's gonna be very lane deciding here, but obviously he doesn't know that. There's no ward there.
How's the top lane going? 17-4 Madman against a 10-1 Bubbles. They're trying to turn it on the Magnus here. He uses Steam Bath.
Bubbles farming this lane is quite interesting, but they're doing, I mean, decently well considering.
Chrono sleeps in bottom on the Flux. He's got a health potion. Throws out the release slow. Gonna get the safety net of the trees to fog and pops the health pot. They might look to turn this around. Geomancer without mana can't secure the kill on the Pearl. Kronos turns around, gives some auto attacks, but nobody ends up dying actually. Still no Bloodlust kill yet as we reach 4 minutes here. And Hag, so she's gonna go for the top rune now, but this ends up being still the first rune spawn of the game. Finally picked up there.
Yeah, I mean, it's Ned is doing a great job here in the middle lane. They both are actually. They're 24-3 versus 24-4, so they virtually equal here. Great job by both players.
In aggressively
he's
here.
Gonna die now.
Pops the illusion rune. He has blink in 5 seconds. Has another sonar scream. He might try to go for a dive here with the. Yep, this should be a dead Hellbringer. Just needs to spot him. Oh, he thought he was in the trees. Anyway. Actually still dies to the soul trap.
He got the soul trap. Not an item I like on Hag, but here paying off instantly, getting first spot. Great choice by Busy.
Yeah, that soul trap was huge, and I want to say like the illusion rune is so strong like early on, but I don't think it actually really made a difference.
No, but illusions is just so insane.
Yeah,
especially early on in the lane, it's like really matchup deciding. So
I remember when illusions used to be like, you'd get an illusion rune and you'd be like, why couldn't I get a haste or a DD? Yeah, and then now the illusion rune is so strong, so it feels good to get an illusion rune.
Yeah, probably the strongest rune in the game in laning phase at least. It's very, very strong.
So Hellborn is actually up to a 2,000 gold lead here at the 5.5 minute mark. And a lot of this is due to the Wretched Hag getting the Bloodlust, but also Flux is doing very well bottom. Kronos only on 200 GPM.
Yeah, farming a easy camp now. I don't think he can lane. I mean, I think he just takes too much harass damage from the like earth grabs and pull and release every time he just walks up to the lane. As they got the bottom rune for Hag, he's gonna get an Invis rune here, which he's gonna give to Hansi on the Geomancer, maybe looking to set up another kill on Nede in the mid lane. That's gonna be completely unsuspecting as they went the Doom style and have 0 wards on the map from Legion.
If he has bats, I don't think he survives this even with the Malphus to turn it. This is just going to be insta-dead. Yep. That's a lot of damage.
I mean, even if he wanted to be greedy, he could have just...
Kronos bottom, uses the mana batteries. Gonna go down, doesn't have the time warp up.
He died alone to the Fox. Wow. I mean, did they go on him and then...
They might have, because he had time warp down, so I think he must have went in. Knowing Geo was mid lane. Top lane, the Magmus goes down. Looks like Hag came in for the gank here, so she was the difference maker. His bubble's dead now too. He has a shell surf.
I don't think...
And a TP, so he could maybe try to shell surf like...
He should get away as there's 8-second cooldown on Hag Blink. So if he just shell surf directly into 3s and TPs right now, he's gonna be fine.
So he should 100% go for a TP out here?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Even missing the trees here, they can't catch him.
Yeah, only a Nymph stun would get him, but he was not there, so he's gonna be fine. But laning phase, very, very good from Hellborn team so far.
Yeah, 4k gold lead at 7 minutes, that's quite big. As do TPs to the bottom lane, trying to maybe help this Kronos get a little farm.
I think they could go on the Fluxer maybe, but no, he does have the discharge. Could push them away.
And Steamboot is like almost 900 HP, even though he's quite not full HP at the moment. He even gets the apple now. It's gonna be hard to kill. Without Hellborn or Legion can kill him actually, unless he does something extraordinarily stupid.
Gonna get a nice stun there. Good timing on the stun too. Makes the slow not really matter too much. He did use the discharge and he still dies, so... Hellbringer getting caught here in the bot river. Throws out the Malphus. Can he heal up from this and turn it? He cannot. Did Magmus, I think he missed the stun there, right? Or, well, it wasn't enough damage for killing anyone. But yeah, Hellbringer now 0 and 3. Not a good start for him. This Hag almost 500 gold per minute so far.
I mean, they were quite equal, and suddenly he basically just took over with this illusion rune, or with him hitting level 6. So, I mean, great job by Hag here, getting good rotations in, and getting that early lead is so important this year. You can really snowball.
And then Nymphora, she's looking to stack the jungle here. Gonna be looking toward level 6 very soon. We haven't talked too much about Madman this game, who is 001, but he is 380 gold per minute with a early Sackstone. Do you like the fact that he went for the Sackstone here with the Marchers?
It's not what I would have bought, but I don't think it's bad by any means. I mean, depends. It's not really depends what he chooses to go for. He goes for the mana boots. If you're gonna do that, I think you should probably just get them right away to start abusing that mana. At the same time, the Saxstone does take him out up in this lane versus the Bubbles and Magnus. So you could justify it, but I think you probably should have gotten those mana boosts earlier.
Yeah, I think whenever you go those, you want to get them as fast as possible. Hack's currently working on some stacks here. They're only double stacks. Looks like they're gonna stack them up to make them triples, and then they'll probably look to finish those. Bottom lane, we have 3 players from Kraken Wagon down here. They want to try to adjust the flux again. Kronos has a Chrono Field now.
Yeah. I wonder if Hack is gonna go straight light brand here, because he already used 800 gold on the soul trap, but at the same time he got investment. So yes, every build-up item in the game.
Yeah.
Go for gnomes.
He could very easily go for gnomes, but I think light brand could also make a lot of sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Bot lane.
Mancer dig stuns away.
Yeah.
I think he saw Magnus in the area. They have no level 6 now on the Nymphora if they do get jumped in the bottom lane, perhaps. Bubbles now, he's alone here in the top lane.
I think maybe they just could have given up on this top lane a bit earlier here to try to save the Kronos some farm, but...
Yeah, it looks like, in hindsight, the Legion team did not get what they wanted out of laning phase. We have an initiation here in the bot lane. Chronofield comes out on the Flux. Crystal Field, gonna connect onto the Kronos in response. Flux does go down as Hellbringer reports in with the Malphus. Geomancer Dick Stun's in. Is that gonna be the right decision? Madman is not here with the Nymphora as Hag TP's in with the bats. They clean up. Kronos goes down to the neutrals, and I think Magnus is gonna die to the Steam Bat. He does get denied there, as it is a double tap for the Hellbringer. And ultimately, was this a 3-for-3 team fight?
2, maybe? Or...
Now the Kronos died to Newts and the Magnus got denied, so in the end, I mean, they didn't get all these kills on the Hellborn side. But they did die on the Flux and the Geomancer, I think, only. So not too bad of a fight regardless, I would say, for Hellborn. The Goldie didn't really change too much. So we still see about a 5.6k gold lead here. 4,000 plus experience lead.
I think you're pretty happy with that fight as Hellborn. As long as Hack or Madman doesn't die, I think most exchanges are fine for them. As Kronos died, and shutting down that Kronos is so important. Even use that Chronosphere here. So.
I'm a bit surprised Madman went for the vestments. I feel like...
I mean, if he's gonna get cleaver, he slowed it down by like almost 2.5k gold here with all the build-up, so...
Yeah, I feel like maybe he could have been a little bit greedier with his build, but at the same time, this is just kind of... I mean, if they want to fight, then this is going to be good.
I mean,
have an info in a few seconds.
Really great this game.
I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, they're going to be useful against the Legion team, regardless. There's an Invis Hellbringer here. Here comes the Magnus channeling Stun Eruption. Doesn't have the Malphus though.
Oh, you
does hit the Demon Strike. Is this enough? It is.
Insane.
Great Demon Strike coming in from Hellbringer.
Wow.
Very, very nice. They secure that kill.
Bot lane. Oh, we
have a dive coming in here. Preservation comes out from Pearl. J-Mancer is going to go down. Kronos turns it around with the Warp. And now Bubbles is here with the Kelp Field. Flux is trying to pick a target, but he gets silenced up from the Bubbles. There is a Time Warp and a Chrono Field ready to go, but I don't think he's going to need it. The Time Warp in. They want to give this kill to the Kronos. But
Bubbles is going to take it.
Make sure to secure the kill.
Some miscommunication here by Hellborn. I mean, Hansi was stunning from the target, and then Kevin pulled him away with the ultimate. So,
okay.
Quite unfortunate, missing the kill and the Pearl and getting double tapped here.
Glad you caught that. So, meanwhile, this was going on. Hag was split pushing in the mid lane. She does go for the Gnome's Wisdom, and she is currently level 11. She's having a great game still.
Yeah, he got apprentice ropes. This is gonna be a straight Grimoire now, which I think is a smart decision by Busy.
Yep, I like his itemization here, and I think once he gets to the Grimoire, he's gonna have crazy impact this game. Finds himself a double damage rune as well. They might look to take a fight bottom as he does have level 2 bats. They can catch this Chronos.
And he's not gonna try. They're gonna walk on the ward. They saw them.
They're gonna go for the Pearl here instead. Dick's
nice.
Great Dick stun from Hanzi. They're gonna use the bats to secure the kill. I have no problems with that. Get a kill and go back to farming.
Yeah, I mean, bats is a little expensive, but at the same time, why not just be sure, get out of there alive.
Core is coming in mid lane. They get a ward down. I think they just missed the Hellbringer by like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
They want to get this tower mid lane. It gets denied. Good
Great
deny from Dude on the Magnus.
Especially considering there was a DD and hack.
I think they also. I think this ward middle lane might have spotted them moving over. They were playing very cautiously as well.
Probably. I mean, they were sitting all the way in the left forest.
In the left, yeah, exactly, in the trees there. So, I think they saw that Madman and Nymph were nearby, and I think they just took out bottom tower as well. The bottom tier 1 Legion tower just fell. So, the lead has grown now to about 9,000 gold. And again, most of this is on the Hag, who is almost up to 600 GPM. Madman not doing too bad himself. Do you think this is a mock now that he's been... I mean, he's saving up a lot of gold, so I think if this was Cleaver, he probably would be buying the pieces.
Personally, on position 1 Madman, I like the Cleaver better, but I think this is going to be a mock, as you said. You wouldn't be saving up 2.5k gold if you were getting Cleaver, you'd just be buying the pieces.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and I could see some use cases for the mock this game. They have a Bubbles and a Magnus. That the mock is very good for canceling portal keys.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like you farm maybe slightly slower with the mock, but you have much better utility for team fighting with the AoE and the evasion.
You do more damage and the
it's
evasion.
A little bit of against the Chronos.
Cleaver is good, the mock is good. It's not. It's definitely not a bad pick up here.
Yeah, I'm not gonna specifically say one's better than the other, but I think the mock will be very useful this game. The Chronos picks up an Elder Parasite. He's only 300 GPM, but what would you like to see him go for next, following up the Elder?
What do you even go on Chronos these days? You don't go for Thunderclaw anymore, I think. Maybe Thunderclaw?
I think you still do. I think the other option is he could go like Knuckles and try to fight early, but I think it's past that phase of the game. They pick off the Geomancer here. They burned a Malphus. Maybe they'll look to try to take a tower with this in mid lane. Bats come out top. They dive the Magnus, who I think he might have had Lava Surge up. I'm not sure, but either way, he gets hit with the bats and dies. That's a 5-0 streak for the Hag. Now level 14. Chronofield comes out, and they are going to take him down. So that's a good kill for Chronos, and bumps his GPM up by about 60 with that kill. Gets 635 gold for the streak.
Yeah, this is why I like the Chronos pick here, Beans, because it just allows you to catch hack. A hero, if you don't have enough catch against this, is nearly immortal here. So really great job by Asaf here. As you said, he got so much gold from just that kill. So
doesn't need to be careful though. They might be rotating, try to set up a kill on him. Can these heroes bring him down though? I mean, I think maybe with the Geomancer they could stun lock him long enough.
They got seen.
Yeah, the creep spotted him.
TP out, Asaf. Yeah.
He's trying to line up the Dick stun. Really good here. Here comes the counter though from the team. They even use the eruption. It's not necessary, but here comes the Kelfield locking down the Nymphora, and Kronos is gonna leap in. Now all of a sudden he's on an onslaught streak. 380 gold per minute. He could be in some trouble though. Pearl does have preservation ready to go. Just waiting for the right time. Nice stun from Magnus on the Hag. Readying the follow-up. He has the preservation still ready to go if he wants to use it. Magnus sitting in the same bad. Bubbles will use to take cover. Barrel roll connects onto the Magnus. Magnus goes down. His Flux is now here. Madman picks up credit for that kill as he does take some pressure in response from the Asphyxiate. Hellbringer, is he going to get caught here as Hag is now alive? No bats ready to go though for 9 more seconds. Pearl will go down, and I think that is going to mean retreat mode. Legion team overstayed too long here as the Hag picks up a double tap. But the lead like slightly decreased, I would say.
Probably. I mean, Asaf got 3 kills, so it's not the worst thing in the world, although they didn't trade that well, as they are quite far behind. But obviously not ideal from Legion here. They went a bit too deep. Madman did pick up the sword, so he's gonna buy the mock.
Yeah, I think he just got the sword, and he almost has enough to finish the mock. Just needs the bracelet component. And the recipe scroll.
Yeah.
But Kronos picks up an Alacrity band, so I think it's Thunderclaw. I want to say that that's still a Thunderclaw.
It should be, right? Alacrity band doesn't really build into anything except like Thunderclaw.
Wingbow, Elk Bones, and Savage Mace,
but
Wingbow, none of those make too much sense as a first item.
It's probably Thunderclaw, as we discussed. They got a haste rune on Hag as well as finishing the Grimoire. I would like to see Busy just jungle here until he gets 16 and maybe go for a play.
He's still very far ahead.
Yeah.
Even with that 1 death. Mid lane, have a lot of players in the area, but I don't know if they're gonna maybe look to initiate. Look at how confident Flux is with the 1700 health and the Astrolabe. He's almost standing in front of 4 players, kind of taunting them, saying, if you want to go on me, I'm ready.
Yeah, the team support is behind, and as you said, he's incredibly tanky, almost 2k HP. So, I think he can feel pretty comfortable here. Bubbles picked up a spell shard, so I kind of like that. He's been doing quietly good this game, honestly. 2-0 and 4.
Yeah, he's gonna keep it level 1, which I like. I don't think he needs to level it and just go into the portal key. Magnus gonna use a defensive stun here in the mid lane. Flux uses the discharge, pulls Pearl backward, and here comes Hag now. Hits the bats all the way into Magnus, but it's not gonna matter as Geomancer cleans up the second kill there on the Pearl. And that was a haste rune activated by the wretched Hag. Looks like this is gonna prompt a Legion Kongor steal attempt here. There is vision of this, by the way. Is there any way that they could look to maybe steal this? Does Bubbles try to...
Bubbles is TPing. He's gonna push out mid though. It's kind of hard to get to Kongor mid.
Kronos jumps in mid lane. Oh boy, is he gonna get turned on? Does a nice job avoiding the dig stun. Killfield comes out solo on the Geomancer. He throws on the Crystal Field to kind of prevent the follow-up, and now Bubbles jumps in. Does he have enough damage? It looks like they do not. Hellbringer without a Malphus.
Try to Malphus for the Kong kill.
Okay, he's gonna get caught here, and he goes down. So he tried to steal the Kongor with it. Didn't work out.
Unfortunate here. Can't really fight right now. They're missing it.
They have Chronofield, but I don't feel like they have the damage. So unless he catches like all of them. He's baiting the Magnus pretty hard here. He gets a 3-man Chronofield. Do they have the damage is the question. He brings down 2. The Madman and the Nymphora go down, but Kronos will fall in the end, and now Pearl might also go down as Hag blinks into the front lines. There's another discharge. He has it up again. To clean up the rest of the Legion team, and they're still 3 strong.
Bubbles died to the Grimoire effect with 15 charges on power supply. That's so unfortunate. Yeah, great fight for Hellbourne. Like the lead was 8k like 5 minutes ago, and now it's 17. So they picked up the
Kongor on top of that. Yeah.
Great fight, and now they're pushing this middle tower. That's probably gonna go down.
I think they're gonna be able to take it. There's only the Magnus and the Hellbringer here to defend with no Malphus.
Yeah.
No Blink on the Magnus, so not really too threatening. They decide to just take the tower, and they could honestly maybe look to go get the token now. They have Berserk up on the Madman.
Did you see what he bought on Flux?
Oh, the Behemoth's Heart. Wow, he's really farmed actually. He's almost 500 GPM himself.
Yeah, I didn't notice he was 500 GPM. Like, where did that come from?
151 creep kills is quite a lot, actually.
It's almost the same as Madman.
I mean, who can kill this guy? I mean, I think they need all 5 right now. They don't have enough damage.
They need a Spell Sunder.
Oh, he's walking into Hellbringer here. Pulls him into the dig stun. He's gonna kill him with the release pull, or magnetic surge is called. Meanwhile, they took the Kongor with the other 3 heroes. It's not looking too good here for Legion, Sate.
Pretty grim at the moment, yeah. I don't think they can fight. I mean, they can't fight unless all ultimates are up, so they have to wait for that, and as well as Hellbringer to be alive. But even then, they need like a 5-man Kronos ultimate.
Do they give this Rax up going up against the token Hag? Can they even fight this?
No, the Rax is already dead. They don't even have a choice.
I think sacrificing this makes sense.
If they take this fight and lose, they lose the game. So if you want to try to win, I think you should give up the Rax and stay in there. I think that was a good choice. Then make a stand here on the bottom Rax. You can't give up 2 Raxes for free, and at the same time Hellbringer's alive now, so they have a better shot at winning the fight.
Is there any item that Kronos can buy like before they take this next fight that would maybe help them try to win it? Like, is there some small damage item? Try to think, maybe like a shield breaker or something, like YOLO. I feel like they're at that point where he's got to spend his gold, because I think if he has a buyback, it's not gonna do much.
What investment with 500 gold before this fight? I don't know. 26-minute investment, but at the same time, Hack is level 17. I mean, it's so hard.
And they also can't really go on the flux and dump all their skills. They're gonna kelp him here in the tower. He takes some good damage. They Chronofield try to get the backline. The tablet is not gonna save him.
They're gonna kill him, but
Bro jumps in aggressively here, but now Hag can get a backlash. He lands it only on the Pro. Counter initiation from the Hellbringer with the Malthus in the background. Kronos is going to survive. He has the Earth's Grasp on him. He is going to survive with 53 life. Meanwhile, the fight is still going on. Madman dies in the front lines as this is a staff Hellbringer with the 2 Malthus. And Wretched Hag still has the token for 50 more seconds. Can they, can he get some return kills all of them
if he just, all YOLOs.
Yeah, he has a Hellflower. He has to pick the right target here. He blinks in, gets stunned. Tries to go for the Magnus, doesn't get him. Might go in here with the blink. Takes him out. Now he's manning up on the Hellbringer. Kronos is here now though, and Wretched Hag, she is going to blink out to safety with 80 life. Pops the Soul Trap on herself, has another blink.
Gonna be fine.
Bubbles, I don't think has enough mana to maybe chase this. He is gonna be fine. But he does get the 1 kill, or yeah, he gets denied on the Hellbringer actually, so forces out 2 deaths, I guess, in the end.
Yeah. I think that's a good trade for the token. I mean, he was gonna run out anyway, and he manned up, and we always like people who man up even if it doesn't go well, and it did pretty well here.
That's true. That is true. Now they nymph ported Flux and Madman, I think, here.
Yeah.
As they respawn.
David thinks he's some kind of tank standing here, tanking the tower. It's gonna try to just go force high ground right away.
I mean, we can be realistic. He is a tank. He's got 3,200 life when he's full.
It's true.
I mean, now they have no Chronofield, no Malphus. This is more or less they're unable to defend this.
Yeah.
So this will actually be the second set of racks.
I mean, I think Legion took quite a good fight before, even though it seemed
no buybacks were necessary to hold that Rax the first fight. But so, now without the ultimates, they're a little bit unable to have the fighting power.
Yeah, they couldn't quite do anything the second time here around, as their ultimates are shorter cooldown and not as important as they're so far ahead.
I guess Kronos has to go Hypercrowd now. I mean, they have to defend 2 lanes of Mega Creeps. I think they're going to need maybe the extra wave clear.
He has to.
He's got to be pretty close to it, right?
I'm going to try to catch them top before they group up. Only Hansi is missing.
I don't think they want to go on Flux. He's the most obvious target here. They go for the Nymphora. They catch him right away. 3-man release from Flux comes in. Bubbles is going to be fine. Here comes the counter Malphus and the preservation. Kronos, he has a Chrono Field ready to go. He's choosing not to use it just yet. Backblast though hits onto 3 at least in the background. And now the Chrono Field comes out, catches Geomancer, Flux, and the teammate of Pearl. Kronos trying to man fight the Hag, but Flux is also helping. Bubbles trying to stall, but looks like he's going to get caught and goes down. Could not blink away. And it's a champion of Newerth double tap for the Wretched Hag. The only survivor of this fight is the Kronos. And, well, both the Flux and the Hag survived from the Legion, from the Hellborn side.
Yeah, I mean, great fight by Hellborn. I mean, Legion had the right idea to try to catch them before they set up completely. Before the racks, I think that's a good play.
Rufshard's the one, okay. There's the damage item.
They're all in by Kronos. Little too late, I think.
I mean, I can see it. They need the extra damage against the Heart Flux.
Oh, it's good. It's a good
they jump on the Wretched Hag here, which I think is the better target. Can they bring her down, though? They cannot. Kronos and Magnus just melt. And that will do it. I mean, the deficit here had just grown to be way too much, so Noah's Ark takes game number 1. Sate, any final thoughts here on the match?
I mean, Busy stepped up. He won the mid lane by himself and just like rode the way all the way. He carried this game 16-1 and 6, 750 GPM. Great game by Busy.
Very nice showing from the Wretched Hag, but to be honest, top to bottom, I would say they did well in all 3 lanes. I think it just kind of
100%.
Laning phase, very good from Hellborn, spiraled into a very large lead for them to just ultimately take this game 1.
Agreed.
All right, well, we'll go on a quick break. Game 2 coming right up. You don't want to go anywhere between Kraken Wagon and Noah's Ark. Welcome back from the break, everyone. We're now here in Game 2 of your winner bracket finals between Kraken Wagon and Noah's Ark. If you're just tuning in, Noah's Ark here on our Legion side just took game number 1 in pretty decisive fashion. I am once again your main shoutcaster, What You Got, and I have a different co-caster here for game number 2. I will be joined by Fa from Team Top Guriantak. Welcome to the cast, Fa.
Thank you.
Always just happy to have you.
Happy to be casting this game with you. Hopefully, we're gonna have a good game. So,
did you get a chance to watch game number 1 by chance?
Yes, I watched the full game. It was definitely an interesting draft coming out from what's the team called?
Kraken Wagon.
Kraken Wagon. Yep.
Yeah, some familiar faces over there that you know for sure. But anything you think we'll see differently here in game number 2?
They're probably gonna. I doubt that they're gonna go with like a similar lineup. They're probably gonna mix it up and try to go for something completely different, just to maybe try to throw off the other team. I can't really tell for sure exactly what kind of heroes they're gonna go for, because I feel like it's not exactly random, but it's kind of unorthodox. So
okay, fair enough.
It's a pretty vague prediction.
No, that's fine. The banning phase is done. I'll just quickly run through them. The Chipper, Monkey King, Keeper of the Forest banned from Legion, Fade, Adrenaline, and Torture banned from Hellborn. Anything stand out there in the bans?
I'm surprised they banned Monkey King. I guess they are like kind of fearing maybe Asef's Monkey King potentially, and the Keeper ban obviously, because Keeper turns out to be a very strong hero in the current meta on Suicide Lane. So the
they actually banned Monkey King last game, so they've banned it in both games. So I think it's a respect ban.
Okay, that makes sense. They're banning Torture against the Legion side, so I suppose either they just don't like playing against. I know Matei plays a pretty good Torture, so maybe they just don't want to like run into a Torture tri-lane or something. So it's not a very typical first phase ban, but Fade makes obvious sense. Okay.
First pick, Engineer. That one really doesn't surprise me much, because Puppet Soul is a notorious Engineer player, but also I think Hanzi plays Engineer on support. So I think one of these two guys will play Engineer. I don't know if Mex plays Engineer. I don't know if you happen to know.
I think I've played against Mex on Engineer a couple of times, but the thing is, Engineer is just such a flexible hero that you can run it as like almost every lane, and it'll have some kind of impact. Like no matter how you play on the hero, you're gonna have some sort of impact. You can play defensively, put mines somewhere, and maybe you're gonna be lucky and someone's gonna walk into your mine, so you can be active and kill heroes with Keck. And so it's a really good first pick currently. So it definitely makes a lot of sense to go for that hero. And then in conjunction with the Monarch, they now have like a relatively aggressive support as well as a more defensive support in the Monarch. So definitely strong 2 picks coming out from the Legion side. Yep.
I'm expecting some kind of initiator here on the third pick, maybe something that either pairs well with the Engineer or something that can just sit in a lane and soak experience. But they go with a Blacksmith, so maybe that could be the lane partner for the Engineer, perhaps.
Yeah, that does make some kind of sense. I do think that the only one that comes to mind that plays Blacksmith is probably Hansi, but Mex potentially. But I think Mex is going to be playing the Monarch. So my prediction would be that it's going to be Hansi playing the Blacksmith, and then most likely Puppet Soul playing the Engineer.
I think you're right. So I think we're going to see, this could be maybe Blacksmith's second support in NG Core, looking at the player hero combinations.
Yeah.
And I like Blacksmith's support because I think Frenzy is just so strong.
I agree.
I think they might look to pair this with like some steroid carry maybe on the last one of the last 2 picks, and it could be quite good. But what I will say is they have the Kinesis, who now has quite a variety of good thought steal spells to take. The insta stun from Blacksmith, the Fireball, is like a really good spell, I think.
Yeah, it's just like I agree.
And then even the crippling Pollen from Monarch and the Keg from Engineer are very good spells. So I feel like he's got a lot of choices. But what do you feel about they opened it up with a Devo? Do you?
Well, they do have Ned, which is, in my opinion, at least top 3 Devo player in all of HoN currently.
I'm laughing at the chat, not at your comments. Sorry.
No, it's also a pretty strong statement, but Ned really is just next level when it comes to hooking. So it definitely makes sense that they want to put a Thinker Gamer 7 on Devour. And in my opinion, Devour is actually like a relatively strong hero on a position 4. You can run him on a position 2 or 3 with some decent success. But generally speaking, I think he's mostly position 4 hero, where you want to be, roaming between the different lanes, maybe sit on a tri-lane, try to hook the enemies into your tower and whatnot. And even though they have a defense support like Monarch, Devour is still able to, hook the whatever hero out of range of Monarch, so he can't necessarily, if someone gets hooked in the tower, good luck trying to save that person with the Chrysalis, for instance. Or good luck trying to ulti the person who is being, ultied by the Devour under tower or 1400 range away from the Monarch. So it might be a way to deal with the Monarch Chrysalis specifically, but it's generally speaking, it's a decent pick.
So you were saying position 4 Devo. Now, Nede played mid last game. Does that mean we'll see a core Devo, or do you think they're going to swap some roles this game?
I think they're going to be more flexible and put a Ned on a position 4 Devo. I think that's mostly what he plays when he plays Devour. I've seen him also play it on mid lane, but I'd say generally speaking, it's more risky to put Devour on a position 2 rather than on a position 4. Because Devo can still have a pretty decent impact without a lot of farm, and he's not the strongest laner per se, so, or at least not the greatest scaling here on mid lane either. So
King Clout was ran by Begrit yesterday in a side lane. He played the support Pearl last game. Maybe they're swapping up those players in terms of the roles. But the Vindicator pick coming out here is quite interesting to me. I almost feel like this is. I don't know why I'm getting the feeling this is a core Vindicator. I feel like the Kinesis and the Devo are the supports, but I could be wrong. One of those could be.
I'm a little concerned because I feel like I know Vindicator can do a decent damage output later in the game, but early on with the Vindicator core and the heroes that they have currently, I feel like to some extent that they're gonna be struggling a little bit in the damage department.
Yeah, and they're going up against a Zephyr now, and a Kraken. The Zephyr can just kind of run at the Vindy, I feel like. And at that point, if you get caught by the Zephyr, are you able to kind of turn and man fight him in a Typhoon? I don't know if that's going to work out.
Is that dude playing on Apex? Surely he's going to swap. Yeah, okay, he swapped. I was like afraid for a second. All right, so
Apex... you did call Nede on the Devo.
Yeah. So they're probably going to run the King Cloud solo top again.
And this is Carry Vindicator. That's Squarey playing the Vindy and Ozzy playing the Apex. So
that makes sense. So
maybe mid lane Apex, maybe.
Yeah, I think they're gonna run an Apex mid lane and potentially a tri lane, either safe or long, and then put a King Cloud solo. That would be my prediction. I'm less how to say it. Well, obviously, I think King Cloud's gonna have a hard time if he's gonna go on the long lane by himself. But at the same time, also having Devour on a tri-lane on the long lane is going to be rather difficult. It does seem like they're going to try to go for the safe lane tri-lane with the Vindicator, Kinesis, and Devour, which suggests that it's going to be a long lane, or rather Suicide King Cloud coming out from Kraken Wagon.
He's got boots on the King Cloud, so yeah, I think he's kind of committed to this offlane role. It looks like Noah's Ark wants to run a 2-1-2 with Engineer Blacksmith in the long lane, Kraken in the mid lane, and a Zephyr Monarch short. So this is very similar to what they did in game number 1, going with the 2-1-2 setup. I feel like with the Vindicator setup, I think they kind of want to be fighting with that, because if they just left that to free farm, I don't foresee the Vindicator being able to compete with the Zephyr in terms of early GPM.
Yeah, definitely. I'm kind of... Well, I think that it's like in favor for the Hellborn side that they have 3 heroes going up against 2, and hopefully they're going to be able to put a lot of pressure on the Legion side on the top lane and potentially net a lot of kill up there. Because the King Cloud is not going to be able to have a lot of impact on the bottom lane, so the Zephyr will definitely be left just to free farm completely. Mid lane should be relatively easy.
Yeah, for sure. I could see the Monarch leaving the Zephyr alone after maybe a couple of minutes, or whenever he feels the Zephyr is good by himself. I mean, now that he has the boots on the Cloud, this is even a lane I think Zephyr could probably win by himself.
I think Cloud is going for creep pull, potentially.
Yeah, maybe the second creep wave as like to throw them off. And there's no knowledge of this. Right now they probably just think Cloud is ganking.
What's jungle Devo?
Yeah, I think he's just gonna rot and get level 2. Yeah, exactly.
That's what I mean by jungle Devo.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but yeah, it's not the traditional, or not traditional, but it's not the Devo that's gonna be trying to kill the 2 heroes on the top lane with his the tri lane. So
I actually really like the Rot Devo. He gets level 2, about 120 or so, 130, and then he can just buy a health pot, or he could go back to base, or even buy Insta Striders if he wants.
Yeah, I agree. It's decent. I think some people, do they buy Samus, or is that bad? Buy Samus and like sync with the mid laner?
It's okay, but I think on Devo you really just need boots. I think if you don't have boots on this hero, you're like 280 move speed. You just kind of 285 or something like that. You just feel really clunky. So he goes to Insta Striders.
Yeah, that's gonna give him some HP reaching and reaching his HP pull back up to full. Just like,
yeah, maybe he wants to stack here. I'm not sure. He's thinking about whether to stack or go for a hook, I guess. And camp the top rune is pretty normal. Then maybe go for gank top. I don't. We're focusing too much on what Devo could do. So far, Legion's got a slight laning phase advantage. The Kraken is doing very well as the Zephyr, who we expected to. But how's Engineer doing? He's 9-1 against the 8-2 Vindy. So I think more importantly, they're giving a lot of space to Legion's long lane here to have a good start.
Yep, they are indeed allowing the Legion to have a kind of like a traditional 2 versus 2 lane from the top lane.
I missed it. The spot lane, King Cloud gets caught.
Well,
the boot's not helping him survive there. He gets caught by the crippling pollen, maybe, and the Zephyr Gust, and he's a dead boy.
It's hard for a hero without any sort of
top lane. Engineer goes down.
Wow.
The Sage's Lore takes him out there. Actually, no, he goes down to Kinesis, but now Blacksmith is in some trouble. Kegstun hits.
Ooh.
Kinesis just has so many good targets to steal with that Thought Steal, and they do a good job of securing a second kill as Coco Jumbo gets the double tap there. And guess what? King Cloud, I missed it again. He goes down for the second time in the bottom lane.
I think this might be the reason you don't see a Suicide King Cloud very often. It's definitely one of those heroes where, well, since the hero has like basically no escape or mobility, you're gonna have a hard time if your opponents decide to play relatively aggressive on you. So
I think he's just a really good 1v1 hero, but as soon as you stick him 1v2 or possibly 1v3, he just kind of suffers.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially if he's in
Devo rotate down here, so he's gonna try to see if he can land a hook on maybe someone. But I still feel like even if he hooks the Zephyr, they're gonna struggle to have enough damage to even kill him.
Yeah, because they don't have a... nice try. They don't have any secured stun or anything to hold him in place.
Yep.
So... early laning phase going very well for Noah's Ark so far. Apex, did he just... he got the bottom rune. Illusions. He might go for a kill maybe level 6. But Kraken has got a little bit more experience so far.
Yeah, it's relatively even. Kraken is slightly ahead with 40 more GPM than...
Oh, Apex is gonna dive here, but Monarch catches him. That is just very bad timing.
Well, I think regardless, I'm not sure that he would have... I think he would have died regardless because Kraken was level 6, so...
Perhaps.
I don't see exactly how that play would have worked out, regardless of the Monarch showing up, because the Kraken had 3 meta-better charges as well as a golden apple, so it probably wouldn't have died from the burst damage. And with a maxed out burning ember on the Apex, he doesn't exactly have too much burst. So,
Yep, that is true. He's choosing to max out the burning ember here. Have a bit more DOT damage, but less burst, as you pointed out. Now Kraken level 6. Can he straight up kill the Apex, or does he need to like get him down a little bit first?
I think one Tsunami Charge, like right now, one Tsunami Charge into an ulti would probably kill him. So that's because he's like at 80% HP. I think at full HP you're probably gonna have a harder time to kill him. But he might. Here. I think if he landed the Tsunami Charge here somehow into the release to Kraken, he probably would have killed him. So,
yeah, perhaps Devo's here. Maybe he'll try to hook him out of the Kraken ultimate, or maybe they would actually try to turn it on the Kraken.
But as you can see,
hook on the Kraken himself. I don't know actually.
The death on the Apex from going under the tower changed the experience or GPM difference to about 140, which is pretty significant. That the Kraken's now at 420 GPM. And
3 players here now. And Kraken does not get his ward countered, so it's gonna know this is going on. Goes for the kill on the Devo here. Charges him backwards. One more auto attack with a splash. There it is. Takes him out.
Oh wait, he might be in trouble.
Might go down here. Does he have another charge? No, he's gonna die. Too long on the cooldown there for the charge.
I think the Hellborn side is pretty happy with that.
Yeah, the Kraken was doing very well, and he still is, to be quite fair. 435 with the tower kill in the bottom lane. The Zephyr takes that out. Top lane, we have an engagement here. Engineer throws out the turret on the Vindicator. He's going to get hooked by the Devo, and he is going to fall here. So
all jet comes out from the valley there.
Yeah, there's been a little bit of that going on so far. So a little bit more friendly banter, I guess, this game than we didn't have any in game 1.
Yep. So if you look at the Zephyr, he's up to 560 GPM, just about to clear a triple stack jungle camp. Actually, 2 triple stacks, which is probably going to push him up to 600 GPM. So
yeah, he's going to be very close.
It is going to be a rather big problem for the Hellborn side to deal with. At 626 GPM now at the 7-minute mark, with 2 more triple stack jungle camps to clear.
Oof. It's going to be like 640 maybe after this, 630.
Bro, 640 sounds probably pretty accurate.
That is a lot of farm. He's almost level 10. 650.
It's going to go down a little bit, but yeah, that's a really good start for the Zebra.
So
he was completely uncontested though. So.
Yeah, so what does he go for? Like, what would you like to see his follow-up to the Helm and the Ghost Marchers here?
I think Matei likes to buy Muck on Zephyr after getting Helm, which I think...
Final chapter comes out top lane to save the Apex. He does get the haste rune, and I guess he was being contested by 4 players there, so it's a pretty good final chapter to save Apex.
To answer your question, I think Matei, because I've seen him play Zephyr before, I think he likes to go Muck after Helm, if I'm not mistaken, so I could see him saving up the 3,400 gold for the Sword of the High, but I think both Muck as well as Staff are both very reasonable item pickups. The Staff is going to give you probably a slightly less damage, but it's going to give you bigger Typhoon radius, and is also going to make you significantly more tanky than the Muck is. But
he's boarding top lane now as they have an engagement here. They lose the Blacksmith. Engineer also goes down as he's stuck in that book, but here comes a 2-man gust from the Zephyr to return some kills for his team. They take out both the Kinesis and the Vindicator, and Zephyr will get one of those kills. Monarch gets credit for the second one. Apex has a haste rune here. It looks like he did use Armageddon to set those kills up, as I caught that a little bit late.
So Zephyr went for Sackstone and Investment, so he opts to go for a bit more build-up, which I like the Investment against this team. It's primarily magic damage, and he kind of needs some magic armor on the Zephyr. So it makes sense.
A pretty aggressive Hellborn team, so maybe he wants to just kind of match that and be able to fight them. Because right now he's in such a large lead. So I guess he's going to sit up here in the top lane. He finds at least one stack to steal. And he still has Typhoon. He did not use that when he ported up here, so he could definitely look to still try to take a fight. Blacksmith's finding Devo here. This could be a very quick kill on the Devourer, level 5 only. We'll go down. And Zephyr picks up that one. He's now a serial killer.
Yep. Almost up to 700 GPM.
Top lane, this could just be a straight out dive. Looks for the Vindicator here. The ports are coming in from the team support. Final chapter comes out. One more auto attack needed on the Engineer. They will bring him down. The Kegstun does connect onto the Kinesis, but now the Legion team is going to look to try to retreat. Rate of Power catches the Monarch here. With the crystals, he's going to try to prevent some damage, but if anything, Legion's not looking to really turn this just yet. Kraken going to try to find them here with the Invis Rune, maybe line up a charge into stun. Here comes the catch on the Apex. That's a good target.
Zephyr's going to die.
As the lift picks up Kraken here, Kegstun, they will bring him down. Zephyr was not in the area to look to get some return kills. Blacksmith, he's going to get hooked here, and Legion gives up 3 kills in the end. Zephyr did not commit to try to fight this, as they were very spread, I would say, to start that engagement.
Actually, it's 4 heroes if you count the Engineer on the top lane, so that's a 4 for 1 exchange or something. That's pretty. I think the Hellborn side is really happy with that. Reducing the GPM difference or gold difference down to 3k gold lead for the Legion side.
Yeah, actually, I mean, I thought this was going to be much worse for Hellborn when Zephyr stayed up there having Typhoon, but not getting the catch on the Vindy when they tower dove, I think that maybe was the difference maker.
So the Zephyr, he bought a glowstone, which suggests that he's going to go for the Staff of the Master, which I'm completely fine with here. I think it's going to make him more tanky than going for the muck route. I would say the Legion team currently, the Legion team currently, they do to some extent lag a bit.
Here comes a charge back. Does not stun him though in the tower. That could have maybe been a kill. Monarch wants to pursue this with the Cleansing Wind activated. He's going to try to get in range for a Crippling Pollen. Zephyr gusts him into the Monarch here. And there's the Typhoon, but Zephyr now gets hooked. If they can kill the Zephyr, this is a big kill. Do they have the damage though? With the assistance of the tower, he is just tanking all of this damage, and he's actually looking to turn this around. They're diving onto the King Clout. He has the team support here now. Crippling Pollen comes out into the Kraken Tsunami charge, and they will bring down the King Clout. So no TPs to try to save the Clout there.
Yeah, they're definitely lacking some damage to follow up on the hook into the Devourer ultimate.
Kinesis has a Stasis Smash with the Keg stolen currently. They want to set up a kill here maybe on the Kraken, but no team support, so he'll just simply farm the creeps here. A hero we haven't talked too much about is Vindicator, so he is playing that carry Vindicator this game. He goes for a Tablet of Command, which he just finished. Well, first question, do you like the tablet as his first item? And second of all, what should he be trying to look to build into this game, playing that core role?
I do think tablet is pretty good this game, considering the fact that he's playing against the Zephyr. So just the Zephyr's Typhoon alone makes the tablet a pretty useful item pickup. Obviously, it does not really provide you a lot of farming potential. So he might be lagging a little bit in that department, but it does provide him with some armor and some attack damage, which are all pretty useful for farming, especially on a Vindicator where you're like mostly just auto attacking when you're killing creeps. But,
so what do you think he should go for next?
That's a good question. Let's see here. He could look to buy a Stop the Master himself, potentially, to get the attack speed.
Comes out, his energy field is down top lane. Not enough damage for a kill here. It's like everyone will retreat.
I think I would like to see him buy a Stop the Master, or maybe a Hellflower could also be a decent pickup. Just for
team is looking to dive here. Multicast comes out on the King Cloud Monarch with the Crippling Pollen to catch him, but this is not enough damage for a kill. Parade of Power comes out just to secure that kill, not allowing the Chrysalis to come out there. Yeah, I think I would agree with you. I think the Hellflower or the Staff, I think, make a lot of sense.
It definitely helps to get, change your Master's Incantation to a true damage instead of magic damage. You're up against like a Zephyr with the Shamans, or potentially not Shamans, Vestments. So that's going to be a big damage increase, and also how much attack speed is it that it gives you? It gives you a pretty.
It's 80. 80 attack speed. I'm actually proud of myself. I knew that off the top of my head.
So it's a large portion of attack speed you get.
That is a lot of attack speed, yeah.
So I think, obviously, most likely he's going to go for a Staff, but I could be wrong. Maybe he's going to go for a Hex or something else.
Yeah, and to compare that to Hellflower, you get 35 attack speed. But obviously you would get some damage with that, and obviously the silence effect that the item provides, which is very strong. But we'll have to wait and see what he goes for. Apex said Scott in the bot river here. This is a Alkbones portal key Kraken. I actually didn't notice he had all this farm.
Yeah, I think he picked up the Alkbones after buying the portal key. I could be wrong in that order, but I do think it makes sense, because as I was trying to say early on, I think if you look at the lineup on the Legion side, they might, if the game somehow manages to go late, only having the Zephyr as your primary core hero, you might be actually struggling in the late game aspect. So Kraken kind of recognizing that he maybe also needs to become some kind of right-clicking, or at least farmed core in his team, makes a lot of sense to go for that core.
Not gonna. Maybe he might run in here to try to scout this out. There's a ward of sight placed by each team here on this pillar by the Hellborn Kongor. So they did just spot them all out. The Zephyr smokes and TP's top to the tier 2.
He just finished his stat up here.
Yeah, so he's got that big radius Typhoon now. I
think they do potentially see his
with that frenzy. It's 506 movement speed. It's crazy.
I think do they show the Typhoons when you're in smoke?
I think I don't think they show, but well, now they're gonna see him. Goes in with the gust here on the Kinesis. There's a nice hook. He does lift him up with the stasis match. I think this is simply a retreat mode, though. They do not want to turn and fight this here, as Vindicator is not looking to engage here. It does pick up the glowstone, so I guess we get the answer to our question. Gonna go for Staff.
Yep, that seems like a very logical item choice to follow up on the tablet that he bought earlier. The main issue.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say the main issue for the Hellborn team currently is that they don't really have any fast or flash farmers in their team, so they have a hard time, keeping up with pace with the Zephyr and the Kraken with the Outbones. Yeah.
Blacksmith gonna get stunned here. 3-man Parade of Power in the background, though. Kinesis still holding his ground. Is Kraken gonna get hooked here by the Devo, and he will go down to the Apex. Meanwhile, Engineer being pursued in the background now. Here comes the Armageddon, though, from Apex, and the Cleansing Wind gonna try to prevent some of this, but it is very, very good team fight. Another hook here from Devo. Nede hitting two big hooks on both the position 1 and 2 of the Legion side, and that was an amazing team fight. They finally bring down the Zephyr. It's his first death of the game. A 4-0 team fight, Fa.
That's exactly what you want to see if you are a Hellborn or Kraken Wagon fan. There's a
Kraken Wagon, yes.
Really well executed fight. Almost
Engineer
piloted
did
by
not get off his energy field in this fight.
Almost piloted by 2 major Devour hoops. So
yes. And Kraken also not getting off his release the Kraken, so two big spells were not utilized here in this fight. But so before this fight, Brew took place, I wanted to mention that I didn't realize Engineer had struggled so much this game. He's only he was about 250 GPM prior to this fight, but he was level 7 or 8 going into that fight, so he has had a very tough game as they have looked to address him. But now the levels are kind of being a little bit more spread on Hellborn. They're getting close to getting all their level 11, level 2 ultimates. But it's still very top heavy on the Legion side. They have a lot on the Kraken and the Zephyr, but not a lot on the supporting cast. Can I get your thoughts on the Blessed Orb Monarch?
That's very interesting.
Looks like Nullstone.
I definitely hope it's not a Nullstone. Let me check.
Frostal Skull?
What can you buy with the? You could buy Geometer, you could buy Nullstone, you could buy Frostwolf, or maybe he's gonna look.
It's gotta be Nullstone for the Vindicator, right?
Yeah,
but this is just a more expensive Sand Scepter, if you ask me.
Yeah, that makes sense that he's gonna buy it against the.
Two pickoffs coming in top lane. Engineer Kraken go down. They sacrificed their Apex for that, and this was without an Armageddon. So maybe perhaps they just got baited up here in the top lane as they were kind of swarmed by many Hellborn heroes. Hook gonna come in mid lane here. Doesn't have the. It wasn't able to use the Devour. Maybe it was on cooldown for a bit. But the Kegstun missed, unfortunately.
So the in terms of the GPM advantage currently, the Legion side is only leading with a 5k experience in GPM lead, so or gold lead. So the game is actually evening out a little bit more than it was previously, which is I think I'd say it actually benefits the Hellborn side.
I think Vindy could actually outcarry the Zephyr if he can catch up in GPM. It's just an issue of being behind right now, I think.
Yeah. Like 21 minutes into the game, a 4k gold lead is not that big of a difference. Actually,
right.
It's like one item on one hero. If they manage to take out one hero with a good initiation, then that 4k swing, it's very negligible at the end of the day.
Yeah, so. I agree completely with that. So they're definitely in this game still. Now, he has his staff completed on the Vindy. You can kind of see here the amount of damage, or attack speed rather, that he has to kind of pump out some damage. They're attempting the Kongor here, and Kraken, it looks like he has an idea this is going on. He's Veiled Rotted in the area, but there is not really a lot of team support. Only the Blacksmith is here nearby, and they see that, but maybe that's enough to kind of slow this down. Engineer is showing himself in the top lane. That's really all the information they have to work with. But now Kraken reveals himself in the mid lane, and I think this will prompt the finish of the Kongor.
So hopefully, or potentially, the Legion side is going to look to kill their own Kongor and try to, at least to prevent the Hellborn side from going for an aggressive Kongor and getting the token. So. Zephyr actually picked up the Sword of the High, so he's going to be looking to buy Muck on top of the Staff of the Master, which is, for me, it's rather interesting, because usually you buy one or the other and not both, because they both pretty much, bring the sort of the same farming item.
Do you think there was maybe a different damage item he could have went for instead of the Mock? Maybe. How is Dawnbringer nowadays on Zephyr?
I think Dawnbringer is a relatively weak item, but I still think at this state of the game, I would prefer a Dawnbringer over a Muck, because I think he's actually going to start becoming a relatively squishy hero with the Muck. Once so the Vindicator, he just finished another item. I'm not exactly sure what did he buy anything after the staff, or did he just finish the staff?
I actually don't know.
But
I haven't
at
really
least
been paying too much attention to Vindy.
I do think, especially with the Spell Sunder on the Apex and the stuff on the Vindy, the Zephyr could actually die rather quickly here. So I think after he finishes his Muck, he should be looking to buy Shrunken immediately after.
Yeah, this Spell Sunder on Apex, I mean, I think it's kind of hard until we see it in effect, but once he gets the Burning Ember and the Armageddon out on Zephyr, I think he's going to take a lot of damage.
Yeah, so the Zephyr should definitely be looking to buy a Muck shortly after getting Shrunken after getting the Muck, sorry, to mitigate some of that magic damage coming out from the Hellborn side, and it should also. Does it go through Shrunken Vindicator's incantation? His incantation.
It's true damage now. So
okay, it's true damage. But so it goes through Shrunken still.
It should, I believe.
Okay. All right, so the Shrunken is not going to do anything against that, but I would still say it's pretty useful against the heroes.
Kraken going to get lifted here by Kinesis. Looks like he went for an initiation. The Tsunami charge is down.
This is good.
They have the team support here. Here comes the King Cloud Parade of Power. The final chapter comes out. prevent any type of defensive counter, and they will burn a couple of ultimates there. They use 3 ultimates, it looks like.
Oh,
actually, no, Armageddon came out in the top lane to take out the engineer. So, 2 kills going the way of Kraken Wagon.
Yeah, they're definitely happy to keep this game relatively close. Yeah, I think the later this game goes, at least with the way it's going right now, with the Kraken, dying a few times in a row witut finishing his Shrunken, it's they're like kind of slowly becoming a sort of like a one hero, one core lineup.
Kraken decided to go for a Soul's Bulwark, so he
delayed his Shrunk a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. But I believe he has 2 parts. I think I saw the Mighty Blade and the Warhammer, so he just swapped them in the inventory. But he's very close to Shrunken, like you were pointing out. That'll help him a lot.
Definitely.
King Cloud has an Arcana. Is this straight Resto Stone, maybe?
I think it is. It makes the most sense. I think his ultimate is just what makes him useful as a long lane suicide here. But
Blacksmith gets caught here. Was this a hook? This was a straight up hook, I think, on the Blacksmith.
The game is playing really close.
Nede's had a lot of good hooks so far this game. I think we're hopefully going to see that continue. But Vindicator, so he has a staff. I think it's safe to say at some point this game he will want to staff somebody. Now, they have a lot of good candidates, right? They have the King Clout and the Devo, I think, are both pretty maybe equal in terms of which one you would, you would want to have these heroes boosted. The Apex has a staff effect, and so does the Kinesis, but I don't think those are that strong.
I would say currently, personally, I really hope that he doesn't decide to stop someone else. I think his own, carry potential is what should be his main priority as the game is progressing right now. Since he still needs a few items to become a really, really strong right-click carry. He needs probably a Shrunken, because they do have a lot of lockdown on the Legion's side. And he potentially also would like to buy a Hex against the Zephyr to remove the windshield evasion. Which of course can be purged.
So you think he should go the sheep over the Hellflower?
Yeah, I think I prefer sheep over Hellflower here.
Okay.
Obviously,
give him a lot of. It would give him more intelligence actually to buff his incantation. So I'm not against the sheep stick at all.
And he doesn't really need the attack speed from the Hellflower because he has the staff currently. So I think sheep makes more sense than Hellflower does.
Yeah, I think you're right. Now they have the final chapter in the Parade of Power. Shrunken.
Oh, they're gonna catch the
Power, gonna catch the engineer, and the Monarch gets blustered up in the background. Energy field comes out, catches 3, but they're gonna go down. Zephyr is not here. It does port to the tower, but here's the buyback coming in from Engineer. He might look to rejoin the party. Armageddon comes out as the silences are down from Vindicator. Big hook, displacing the Kraken away from his team. Do they bring him down here? They do with the Burning Ember DOTs, and now Zephyr's here with the Typhoon. Locks down both the Vindicator and the King Cloud. This will be 2 kills going the way of Zephyr. He is not done. He's looking to chase onto the Apex, but he will try to get away here with the Decimate and the Fire Surge. He might get ran down here, but the portal key is going to get him to safety for now. They're still very fast with this frenzy, so it's not impossible that they could catch him, but the fight will conclude here with 3 dead from the Hellborn side, and Kraken is the only one dead right now, but it was an Engineer buyback, so a 2 for 3 fight plus a buyback to conclude this fight.
Okay, so the Zephyr just picked up a Shrunken, which, as I predicted, it's a very important item for him currently. I would like to see the Vindicator go for Shrunken as well, because he's just getting melted by the Zephyr during the Typhoon, and with the Mock damage and the Cyclones, there's just a lot of magic damage coming out from the Zephyr. So I think a Shrunken would definitely just almost completely nullify all the damage that the Zephyr would be able to deal to the Vindicator, which is probably going to buy him some time to maybe outlast the Typhoon.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Shrunken is he's got 3,500 gold right now, so he's very close.
Okay, so
Apex goes for his own Shrunken as well. I think he just finished that.
Yep, I think that makes sense as well. I think he is a kind of frontline hero, and he needs to be able to walk freely, not get stuck in the Engineer ultimate, for instance, or the Typhoon.
Yeah, a lot of big ultimates on Legion, so that makes a lot of sense. As far as like a follow-up to the Shrunken, do you think just Resto Stone maybe, or the Sable item? Is there something?
I think there's a lot of different choices you can go for. You can go for the as you said, the Resto for the double ultimate. You can go for the Hex if you want to have a bit more initiation on a hero that basically doesn't really have any lockdown outside of his ultimate. You can also go for more like a right click with a Frost Field. No, that's not a right click. It's not like a more tanky route. Or
almost took out Apex in the Hellborn jungle, but he's just gonna heal that back up real quickly.
I've also seen people buy Dawnbringer on the hero. I don't think it's like a particularly good situation to buy Dawnbringer. You're not really looking to have a right click in the Apex thing. So I think Resto, Frost Field, or something like this would make the most sense. So probably gonna be a Resto or
Oh, I didn't think about Frostfield. Maybe not this game. Going up against the Zephyr, so maybe just one of the other two choices you were mentioning.
He's rather low armor against a Kraken with the aggressive Soul's Bulwark, so it could provide him some much needed armor. But they aren't really too right click intense on the Legion side currently, at least. Well, the Zephyr has
Shrunkens now on Hellborn. That's very, very good, I would say. They have those completed.
But the Legion team did manage to climb up to 11k goal lead, which is I'd say that's rather significant actually. Even at the 30-minute mark, 11k gold. That's like what 2 to 3 items at this point, which is that's a pretty big difference actually. They are almost about to kill Conqueror, which is very pretty useful. And I don't think the Legion has even killed Conqueror a single time this game. Actually, they have. They killed him once, so they aren't really that. Okay, and Hellborn has killed it 3 times. So, the additional HP and stats that they killed it twice. So I'm tripping a little bit right now, but yeah, the extra stats from Conqueror, they also count for some kind of gold, even though it's not counted in the top bar.
So. That is true. So. Kinesis has 2 into stats. I think that makes sense. Vindicator and Apex have both taken damage, as well as King Cloud also took damage. Devo took stats. I think those all, for me at least, make sense. Is there anything you would have maybe liked to have seen them take otherwise? Nobody took movement speed, which I think it's fine.
No, I think it makes sense for the most part. I don't think it's necessarily a really big movement speed game. I think they need damage on certain heroes, and then they just need tanky heroes on the other heroes. But
Portal key on Zephyr?
Yeah, I was about to say that Zephyr picked up the portal key. Okay. So he he's definitely recognizing that he needs to be able to get on top of the Vindicator and use his ultimate. It is an item that's sometimes rather. It's not maybe like slightly awkward because your Cyclones, they don't travel with you immediately.
Here we go, initiation. Zephyr pops a Shrunken, portal keys onto the Kinesis. He gets tableted by the Vindicator. Vindicator's hasted, and that's why he used that tablet. He gets multicasted in the background, though. Has the Shrunken head as Devo is eating the Blacksmith. Creative power on the Zephyr in the background. Energy field is down, but Apex has that Shrunken, so he doesn't care. King Cloud goes down. Kinesis goes down. Blacksmith, the only one, as well as Monarch, dead for the Legion side. So it's a 3 versus 3, currently. And they're continuing onto the Zephyr. He will go down as the team support not really feeling comfortable to keep fighting there. So Engineer Kraken, the only ones to survive on Legion here.
Rather aggressive jump from the Zephyr. And, while it might look sort of foolish for him to jump into 4 heroes, it's probably a rather, logical explanation for it. It's probably some communication between them that just sometimes the miscommunication happens where some person says go and then you jump in and then you kind of end up looking like a fool jumping by yourself because the other people maybe realize that.
So I'm wondering if they didn't know the Vindicator had haste, because if he didn't have that haste rune, I feel like that jump could have been very good.
Yeah, for sure. He was able to. He kind of barely got.
He killed Puppet. Engineer in the bottom. I missed that. Devo. I don't know if he hooked him. Maybe it was a crash or something. Actually, I'm not seeing him time out, but they paused for Monarch to actually reconnect.
I don't think. I think he just caught him with a hook probably, and since the engineer has no portal key or anything, he's pretty easy target for Devour to kill at this stage of the game with the portal king and a J Spire. So
It looks like he's trying to save gold for the portal key since he's got 1600. He has kept the shards level 1, which I think that's all you really need early on when you run a spell shards hero. So this makes sense to me that he's trying to save up for the portal key.
Definitely, he's going for a portal key here. He does. I think he needs a shrunken as well in this game. But I think
probably later on if for sure. But because they a pretty suffer game for the engineer, looks like.
Yeah, and it's also hard for him to get his spells off in the fights because of the Vindicator ultimate. But
yeah, that's true. Actually, the Vindy is very disruptive for engineer.
The Zephyr, he's actually starting to take a lot of damage from the Hellborn side of the stage of the game. So, even though there's a 6k, 7k gold lead for the Legion side, I almost feel like I'm slightly starting to favor the Hellborn in this game. Because I just feel like if you combine all the different heroes they have with the Apex Ultimate and the King Cloud Initiation from his Parade of Power, together with the Vindicator final chapter and just the pure raw damage coming up from the Vindicator, they're gonna have a really really strong team fight going into this late game. So and Zephyr. Zephyr is just a hero that once the game kind of progresses towards the 40-minute mark. You're kind of starting to feel like you're not going to be as useful as you were maybe early in the game. So,
yeah, no, I agree with you. I just wanted to. Sorry to interrupt you there. I just wanted to basically go back to that drafting phase when we saw the blacksmith pickup. I always think of you really want that steroid right click carry. And they opted to go for a Zephyr, which I just feel like kind of doesn't really synergize well with the blacksmith, seeing as how it's really their only scaling kind of core. I mean, you can always frenzy the Kraken, but I think we can safely say Kraken is not really like a DPS carry type of hero. So I mean this Zephyr has clearly worked for the most part, but like you said, it's going to taper off eventually, and you almost kind of want to go back and think about would some other carry choice have maybe been a little bit better able to utilize this blacksmith pickup.
Yeah. Well, the Frenzy does also provide some much needed movement speed for the Zephyr, so that's not
that's a fair point.
But
yeah, that's a fair point.
I'd say generally speaking, when you have a blacksmith, it is really nice to get a hero that can utilize the attack speed more than Zephyr can, or you have a hero like Soulstealer that really can utilize the Frenzy cast
speed. I actually thought about Soulstealer, never mentioned it, but they had already I think thought about putting Puppetsaw on the engineer. I think he's the Soulstealer guy.
I know Matei also plays a pretty decent Soulstealer, so that could have been an option for them as well. But maybe they just decided that they'd rather have a really fast farmer on the Zephyr that is also kind of strong in the lane, whereas Soulstealer struggles a bit more if he gets if he has to go up against it.
Zephyr bought a staff upgrade. I'm actually very interested to see who he's going to staff, because
that's going to be Engineer for sure.
I think Engineer's the best choice with the he goes ahead and picks Engineer. Was there any merit to maybe going with the Kraken or the Blacksmith? I mean, the Blacksmith gets the multicast, so
I think
I'm a little biased that I wanted to see Blacksmith for multicast purposes, but I think Engineer's probably.
I would almost say that now that he has the stuff, I know he's going to buy Portal Key, but here actually I think I would personally prefer for him to buy a Sand Scepter, so he can just clear the Vindicator final chapter in team fights and get off his ultimate every time, because that's going to be even if he he can PK and try to get the ultimate, if he just gets silenced by the Vindicator, and the Monarch can't, because Monarch can't every time just cleansing Wind immediately, because sometimes he's gonna have to keep it for someone getting locked down by Flash Stun or something. So
I still can't believe Mex bought a Nullstone. I'm just to be honest, I'm gonna be straight up with you. I'm just baffled that he spent all this gold for a Nullstone when Sand Scepter does the same thing for half the cost. He can just Sand Scepter himself and remove the silence and then cleansing Wind the team. I just feel like that's just been such a bad investment of his gold.
Maybe my theory is that Mex has played a fair amount of Tempest, and whenever you go up against a Vindicator, you just you always buy Nullstone. So he's just like, okay, Nullstone is a counter to Vindicator.
But to counter that argument, Tempest, you want to go in and use your ultimate, and
I know,
then it gets countered. Whereas Monarch's playing the opposite. Monarch is waiting for the final chapter to happen, and then. So yeah, I know what you're saying, but this argument just doesn't work. I mean, you have to realize how the interactions wants to play out. You know.
But to be fair, he can put Nullstone on his teammates, so they can play and prevent the Devour hook into the ultimate, for instance.
That's a good point. I mean, now if he uses it that way, if he's putting it on someone, which I think he just put it on Engineer, that's okay. I mean, then Engineer doesn't get final chapter silenced.
And maybe he can go for Sunset on top of that, so he can put the Nullstone on Engineer, so Engineer doesn't get silenced and then Sunset himself shortly after. That's all
right. I mean, he's doing it right now. I mean, when it's off, when it's on cooldown or whatever, he's putting it on Engineer. So this is definitely the big brain play that I didn't mention.
Yep, it does make sense. And then the Engineer maybe doesn't need to go for the Scepter because he's just opting to level his skill shards currently.
So if each one of them bought their own Scepters, that would have been 4,600 gold. And the Nullstone is 4,500 gold. I don't know if I'm onto something here, but
the Nullstone also gives you a fair amount of stats on the Monarch. So he does tank up quite a bit from the 15 all stats and the extra veneration. But I can definitely understand why you would say that.
Might go here on the Devo. I mean, he lined up the charge with the Invisor.
He
gets counter lifted though. There's the energy field though, silencing up too with that staff effect. Devour gets his ultimate canceled right away, and Release the Kraken is gonna lock down Kinesis. Did he use Typhoon yet? It looks like he did not. So this team fight all of a sudden got 3 kills for Noah's Ark. I mean, I was not expecting this to go this poorly.
I would almost say that at this state of the game, if you're gonna go, look for some kind of initiation, you have to be, all 5 heroes together. You can't really fight 3 heroes into 4 or 5. You're just gonna end up reverting it afterwards, and it's almost kind of exactly what happened there. So they might be able to, get a lane of racks off of this, which is gonna make the game a lot harder for the Hellborn team. So
it looks like Apex had port on cooldown, I think.
Yeah,
I don't know about Vindicator, but either way, there was not a tower, I think, there to port to at the time.
Hey, they're going to look to 2 lanes here? There's no way. They might actually
be able to... 3 players in 15 seconds.
Back here. There's no way they can win the game if they lose 2 lanes of racks here.
I think Apex is going to want to jump maybe with like 5 seconds to go. There's a really good Typhoon to stop the portal key of Apex.
Zoning. Oh, he has to go in here.
It's a zoning ultimate. Goes in, catches 2. Zephyr had the shrunken up. Monarch and the Blacksmith, the 2 supports taking a lot of pressure. Monarch, she just needs to get her TP stop. Devo, nope, they're not going to need the hook.
I think Legion is really happy with his result, getting 2 lanes. The Apex did pick up his Frostfield, and he has almost gold to buy. I would say it's a Resto Stone probably coming out.
I would like to see him sell the bottle and just YOLO the Resto. I think they need to take a fight now.
Yeah, I think he's gonna do that exactly.
Once they're ready, they have King Cloud's ultimate, so even if they just use 1 Apex ulti with the Resto Stone, that could be fine. And yeah, now that they're down 1.5 Rex, that's gonna be pretty tough. I think if they don't get a counter Rex in the next few minutes here to deal with. Kraken is setting up mid lane. He might get if he could get a 2-man charge there. They were almost stacked.
The Vindicator
here. The hook is going to miss as the energy field is silencing up Vindicator. He's trying to hold his ground. He will go down though as the Devourer comes out on the Kraken. They are going to get the counter kill here. Engineer did die as well, so it's a 2-for-1 as they did lose their Vindicator. Now, top lane, they're going to need to defend that. 1 port comes in as the creep wave, I think, incoming is a buffed up creep wave. So, 2-for-1 exchange here.
I think someone on the Hellborn side should look to pick up a Sand Scepter here because the Hellflower was kind of the reason that Vindicator didn't survive here because he just simply couldn't get off his Shrunken before he was very low. And he also couldn't get off his final chapter. So
initially it was the energy field, and then afterward it was the Hellflower. So he's just perma silenced.
Yeah. So I'm not entirely sure what Dude is looking to buy here, but seeing as he's sitting at 3,000 gold, I would say that I'd like to see some kind of Sand Scepter maybe. But maybe he's opting to go for a major item like a hex or something.
Yeah, I think he's maybe trying to see how much farm he could get first before choosing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I definitely like the Resto Stone on the Apex.
Yeah,
that's a good
I would just like to see maybe 1 or 2 defensive items on the Hellborn, like because currently they have the tap. Whoa,
going for heart. Maybe even symbol, but big heart.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I'm a fan really because he already went for the Null Stone, so it's going for a really, really, really defensive route. I know it's really good if you can tank up because they don't really have endless amounts of damage on the Legion side, but at the same time, I do feel like he needs a bit more right click maybe, or what do you reckon? Do you think the Null Stone with the Staff of the Master, do you think that's enough just for like pure damage output at this stage of the game? If he's like the primary right clicking hero on his team?
That's tough for me to say because I mean the coin can be flipped 2 ways, right? It can be the more he can absorb, the more damage he can hold his ground and do. But at the same time, if he just has damage and he gets saved, like if he can bank on getting saved by his team, then having damage would be better. Yeah. So, obviously with the heart, if he goes for a heart, he's not dealing as much damage, but and it's also not buffing up his incantation at the same time. So. I want to say that I don't like it, but I mean this might prove to be good.
I think actually I almost would have liked to see a Hyper Crown here, just to shove out the waves a lot faster. They're like down 2 lanes right now, so especially with all that attack speed that he has currently, I think Hyper Crown actually could be pretty good here.
They even gave up the
range
second half of the Rex there. Yeah, fight bottom lane, catches Apex. I think he has a buyback. Yeah. And he did not get anything off, so he was
they found him by accident in the trees, I assume. Yeah, I think he was just hiding in the trees and they found him somehow.
Yep. Maybe this hurt. Monarch ward saw him go into the trees, maybe?
Yeah,
I didn't see how that
I think that's what happened. Yeah, they have a ward there, so I think the
So King Cloud has his resto. I'm not sure if he just finished that or not, but he has very little gold. So they might look to... Legion's not even forcing the issue, actually. So I was going to say they could initiate with the Cloud ultimate and then buy back on the Apex, but that might not play out.
Do you think Hypercrown on the Vindicator would be...
I mean, it could work because he doesn't really have a great way to shove out creeps other than his Sage's Lore, which is really not that strong against these mega creeps. So I think it's not unheard of to pick up the creep clearing item here. And in general, like they don't really have great wave clear, like we said earlier.
Yeah,
I think Devo has Taff and Jade. I mean, I think they're gonna bank on just like some crazy hooks to maybe try to turn this. Yeah. Right now, this.
Okay, so dude sold all his items but Hellflower. Or all his
shit.
He just sold
Pardon my French. What did he have before? I'm forgetting.
I assume it's like a Grave Locket, a power supply, and I can check. He had a challenge. Grave Locket.
Check the stream. It was all small items. It was
so challenge,
power supply, vestments. I mean, this looks kind of weird, but at the same time, I don't think it's like unreasonable to just get rid of all the cheap stuff and buy a big item.
But they are value items for a reason. So he does lose a fair amount of survivability, losing house plan as well as investments. But at this stage of the game, I guess he probably will go down regardless if he gets initiate on. So just being able to
they're trying to catch Engineer. Apex didn't get any Armageddons off. I think he got silenced before he could get it off. Typhon comes down in the ball lane. There's a nice hook on the Kinesis. Does he end up going down though? Kraken is chasing. Has the Null Stone, but it does get broken here. He has the Shrunken still ready to go. He pops it. Kinesis goes down. Parade of Power just silence up the Kraken. Only Zephyr now here with the Shrunken Head as they are stuck in the Typhoon. And Devo is going to go down as well as the King Cloud. But here comes Apex. Has a second Armageddon ready to go. Can he get it off? He got bashed, I think, by the Oblivion Hammer, by the way, that Zephyr picked up. And now Vindicator, he's in retreat mode. 4 players here still alive for the Legion side. Zephyr goes down though in the base as there's a buyback here.
Look at the tier 4s right now.
Yeah, the tier 4s. Oh boy, they gotta defend this before the base goes down. So many archers and melee creeps are taking out the top tier tower. Yep, it does go down. And 3 players still alive here. I think even with just these 3, they could maybe at least take out the tower if they want to stick around. It's only 1 or 2 hits.
Well, it's gonna be hard if they...
The creeps will take it down.
They're definitely struggling to keep their base alive at this stage.
They're gonna try to go in on the Apex here. They have another energy field. He's got silenced up, and he's gonna go down.
That was a lot of new damage they had there.
The trio of heroes here, even without the Kraken and the Zephyr, can still take out the Apex.
You know, so if you buy a Sand Scepter, can you also cleanse the silence from the energy field?
I believe so. Oh well, you would get. I mean, if you're not inside it, because you would get perplexed.
No, I know if you're standing from the outside, you just.
But yeah, it would. It should perplex the. I mean, sorry, it should remove the perplex. Yeah.
Okay.
I would think so anyway.
That's what happened. You know, he kind of just got the engineer just threw his energy shield at him with the stuff, and he couldn't.
That NG staff is so strong.
It really is.
How long does the silence? It's 2 seconds, right? I mean, 2 seconds is still quite a long silence.
And with the
people die in a 2-second time window.
Especially with the damage coming out from into like another stun and whatnot. It's just...
Yeah, I don't think we mentioned it, but Blacksmith has his own staff. That makes me happy.
He's pretty farmed actually. 284 to him, but they have killed a lot of barracks, so it does explain why their net worth is so high in support as well.
He's got Gnomes, a Jade Spire, and now he has a Spell Charge 3. He just had that delivered all of a sudden. That's not too inexpensive either. That's about 3,500 gold maybe that he put into that.
The everyone's kind of spawning this right now. I think we're going to be looking at one big fight here that's going to either make or break the game for
Zephyr just bought Geobane. I didn't see what he sold, but maybe it was the portal key.
Yeah, he sold the portal key.
Either that or he had the portal key sold earlier, but I think he had it.
Yeah, I think he kind of recognizes that he's a bit tired of dealing with the Vindicator final chapter, so he's just like, I can just remove the silence with Geometer's Bane, and also I think it also works against the Glyph and Silence, so just gives him a bit more movement speed as well. I think it's solid. The illusions are not particularly useful in Zephyr, and you also, I think you cleanse the frenzy as well. So it does come at some kind of cost, you know, pressing the Geometer's Bane. Would there be any other? I mean, he could even, you know, potentially look to buy a Nullfire.
But I don't know. Illusion.
I wonder if Nullfire would.
I think the Geobane's fine. Gives him movement speed too. Like. You said this hero kind of lacks.
Well, you know, you get the move speed from the Jumpers, but if you purge the frenzy, you lose the move speed.
Initiation here, Blacksmith. I think he got hooked actually. There's the final chapter coming out. They did remove the Null Stone. They take out Engineer, but the melee Rax goes down while this is happening. Will they get the cleanup that they're looking for? Zephyr is all by himself. Kraken in the mid lane. Maybe they're gonna run over here and try to save him.
I think Kraken's gonna try
He's not dying just yet, but he will go down to the nukes. But the base is exposed. They have to defend this. They cannot ignore their base. They might get a little tunnel vision here as they're trying to kill the Kraken. But Apex, he does recognize it. He tries to hold off the creeps with the help of Kinesis here.
Hey,
the hooks, Mr. Krabs. They are just too strong.
Yeah. But the range rack is
the only one dead.
Oh, it's like just their base is being held together by a small thread at this point, with the range racks being the only thing standing strong.
Oh man, the suffer is real. They gotta try to hold this base. So Vindy did not go heart. He went symbol. And he just right-clicked Savage Mace, so he wants the evasion counter against the Zephyr.
I saw he was struggling a lot against the evasion. I do understand why he wouldn't want to go for Hex, given there's a Monarch who could just, you know, cleanse the Hex immediately. I think also the Savage does give you like a decent amount of damage on the creeps as you're clearing them, but I still think Hex would have made some kind of sense here in this position. But
yeah,
definitely merits.
You can definitely say Hex is pretty good on Vindy. Yeah. Man, playing a Vindicator almost at 1 hour with these items, you just feel so clunky, man. Like he's got no way to catch up to people. He's just gotta like man fight and hold his ground.
I was actually thinking the same thing. I almost want to see him pick up like a Genjutsu or something at some point. That's also why maybe I'll listen to
so many items this poor guy needs. I mean, bottom lane here. Kraken's gonna get a charge onto the Devourer. I think he was smoked up, trying to go for a play. Apex was here with an Invis-Rune.
This is definitely the kind of the way for the Legion to infiltrate the Hellborn base now. Being
no buyback on the Devo. He's dang dead for 70 more seconds, and they gotta hold this base by the way. I mean,
initiate. Oh, a lot of damage coming out.
King Cloud with a good parade of power. He's used 2 Armageddons already. They take out the 2 supports. Well, no, actually they take out the engineer. But this is what I was talking about before the fight happened. The base is under fire. I mean, this fight can be as good as it wants to be, but if the creeps take out the base, they're gonna probably go for this range tracks here down in the bot lane. But it's on sub 500 health here on the Shrine. Very low on life. Dude's gonna go down on the Kinesis. There's a buyback from Puppet Soul. It's his final buyback. He wants to end this game. He's tired of game number 2. As there's only 1 range tracks and a 500 HP Shrine standing in the way of the Legion side. Kraken, he's going to take some heavy pressure here. The Cocoon going to try to save his life. He is going to go down here. The Sheepster comes out on the Zephyr, but the game is over. Engineer, with the help of the creeps, I think, says, let's get out of here, boys and girls. So game 2 goes to Noah's Ark here. The old-fashioned way, Fa. The Shrine goes down. Any final thoughts? That actually will do it, I think, for the series. That's a 2-0 finish.
Well, it was a long game, well played by both teams. I'm surprised to see that the Hellborn team was actually able to pull through, even though the game was kind of evening out at some point in the game. So, well played by both teams. I'd say.
I think, to be fair, this game could have went either way. I mean, Legion had command the whole way through. But that fight where 3 of them died on Hellborn just really kind of turned. It just kind of, I don't want to say finished the game, but it really put them in a spot to play from behind because they got basically 2 racks lost from that fight. It's very unfortunate, but you said it. I mean, this was a very close game, and it was a very entertaining game as well to watch.
Definitely. It's a good game.
Yeah, so Noah's Ark, they will be moving on into the grand finals, which will be a best of 5. Now they have to await the winner of the loser bracket finals, which will be between Kraken Wagon, which we just saw in this series, going to take on Top Green Tak. So that will be the loser bracket finals, which currently is scheduled for next weekend. Both of these 2 series. So that is the rest of the exactly. That is the rest of the bracket. But yeah, that will conclude, I think, today's coverage. So if you have any final thoughts or words you'd like to say before we turn it over to Paradise here.
Just a shout out to the community for donating money towards the tournament prize pool, and shout out to Paradise for hosting this tournament. Shout out to you for casting.
Thank you. Yes, I agree with you 100%. This is, of course, the HoN Community Pro #1 tourney, and without the community, there would be no tournament here to cover. And happy to be here as always. And it was a fun day of casting and playing. I can't forget the playing part as well. So that's going to do it for me. I'm going to turn it over to you now, Paradise.
All right, thank you, Chris, so much, and thank you all for watching today's matches, and they were very, very exciting matches. Things are getting very, very intense lately, and the matches are getting very, very intense and close. Now, this tournament is a little bit weird, as you can tell, because usually we would play 3 matches and 3 matches Saturday, Sunday, but because of the delays that happened or occurred yesterday and today as well, actually, things are just a little bit delayed, and now we're going to be moving the loser bracket finals and the grand final to the next week, although I have to inform you that the current times you're seeing right now, which is August 12th and August 13, 5 p.m. GMT plus 3, these are most likely not the actual times of the matches. They will most likely be changing to something else because some players will not be able to play on these days because, you know, it came out of nowhere because of the delays that occurred today and yesterday. But we adapt, we move on, and hopefully we do get to play these games where everybody is comfortable with the time, the matches. Other than that, thank you all for watching. And just one last thing actually on the topic is that hopefully this will not happen again, and this is just something that you expect to happen in the first tournament. You know, these things do occur when you're doing this, not for the first time, but in the first series after such a long time since the last one. These things are expected to happen, but hopefully with time things will get better and things will improve more and more and more, and we will just have a better and better tournament, hopefully a bigger prize pool, etc. Allow the Thai to play as well, and much more to come in the future. I hope you're all excited for the future of the HoN tournaments. Other than that, I hope you enjoyed tonight's show, and I will keep everybody tuned in for the upcoming matches and their time. Stay tuned on the Discord, in the HoN Oh My God channels, in the Paradise League channels. It will be announced everywhere, so everybody will be aware of the matches times. Thank you all for watching. Good night, everybody, and see you next weekend.